not wear a bow tie. So I will be presiding over this meeting tonight. I would like to have Troop 40 come and lead us in the pledge. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do it. I just saw the agenda. Let's have Troop 40 and the students of Queen of Angels Catholic Church come up and do the pledge. We'll do a little duel here.
I did not see that.
Okay, someone lead off for us. Okay, Queen of Angels students and Troop 40, won't you come to the microphone and tell us who you are?
I'm Jordan Bothwell.
And what badge are you going for tonight?
I am just here for moral support. I already got my Eagle Scout award.
Fantastic, thank you. Next.
I'm Ethan Wilson, and I'm here for citizenship in the community.
Great.
I'm Connor Wilson, and I'm also here for citizenship in the community.
I'm Alec Klein, and I'm also here for citizenship in the community.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Legry, and I'm here to represent the future cities in Queen of Angels.
I'm Eric Stolowski, and I'm here for Future Cities and Queen of Angels.
I'm Katie Miller. I'm here for Future Cities and Queen of Angels.
I'm Abby Richters, and I'm here for Future Cities.
I'm Sarah Hall, and I'm here for Future Cities.
I'm Sophie Taylor, and I'm here for Future Cities.
I'm Marissa Muller, and I'm here for Future Cities.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to change this up a little bit from what the mayor does. I am actually going to go to consent agenda first and get a motion to accept this consent agenda.
So moved.
I got a motion from Councilmember Diamond, second.
Second.
From Councilmember Jerry Orleans. Is there any discussion from Council? Ms. Price. Councilmember Price.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'd like to extract items number 6 and 8.
And the reason for extracting those, please.
I just want to clarify them because the special events budget that we see in our packet is a little different than the one we saw at committee. And with some discussion, I thought there might be persons that wanted to discuss those things.
Well, I know we have someone here from Grady, which is number 8, and I was actually going to pull that off the consent agenda and put that back on committee. And so the people from Grady can come back to committee to state their case of why for the $1,000 instead of us doing it here tonight. So that's what I'm going to suggest on number 8 is Ms. Wakefield is pull that off, put that back on the committee, on our next committee. We do have time, and please let Grady know about that. But we can, what we're going to do is pull off the sponsorship, but we will approve the road closure tonight. We're just going to pull it off for the $1,000, not the road closure, okay?
So is anybody here from that group?
Yes, but she's already been discussing. Is that fine with you?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so the River Run of Hope. Is there anybody here tonight for that?
Can we put that back on the committee agenda as well?
Yes, ma'am, we can. So number 6, the road closure. Is that going to do anything, Ms. Wakefield, to there's anything? They don't have to reapply if we're just pulling that back and putting it back on committee, do we? Since it's only for road closure only?
What's on for tonight is
number 6,
road closure and That's all.
That's just for road closure. And that's how come you want to pull it, Ms. Councilmember Price? It's only for road closure. There's no monies involved.
Well, you could say the same thing for number 8, but that's only because the committee, we disapproved their monies. So if we're putting 8 back on committee, are we only going to ask that to be a road closure?
No problem. Let's put number 6 back on committee. Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve. Do I have any comments from anyone in our audience tonight on the consent agenda? Okay, none said. All in favor? Of all of the items except for 6 and 8, and 8 we're approving the road closure, and 6 we're approving the road closures. Okay. So all in favor? What's on here is what we're approving. 1, 2. Okay. I'm sorry. We're pulling them off because these two also wanted sponsorship monies. So tonight, we're only doing the road closure, but we are pulling them off to go to committee to look at sponsorship monies. So we are approving the road closures tonight. I'm leaving it on as presented on the consent agenda. Okay? So all in favor? Depolito, Diamond, Eichelhart, Price, and Orleans. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wakefield. Okay, now we're going to go to the mayor's report, and this is the recognition of Queen of Angels Catholic School for winning awards at the 2011-2012 Future Cities Georgia Regional Competition. Do we have, come on up. Since I have everyone introduce themselves, except for, I'm assuming it's your teacher, and I see Jean. So who's the spokesperson can come up and introduce the older people in the crowd?
Well, I'm the teacher, but I just coordinate. All of these people did the work. So I'm going to let the teams introduce themselves, and we'll begin with the Miller team.
Hi, I'm Cindy Miller. I'm the mentor. Katie? We're missing one guy, but he had baseball. So we have Katie and Eric, and one of theirs might be coming up. We'll see. But they won the the People's Choice Award. Sorry. So they got voted on by all the students, and there's the model right there that it opened up, and they could see the underground of their city. So. Yeah.
It probably would be important for you to know that there were 152 teams in the region, and all of these teams finished in the top 6 of those teams. So
the next person that steps up is going to explain Future Cities, so everybody knows exactly why you got these really great awards. And Jean, you're it.
Thank you, Becky. Future Cities is a portion of the Engineering Week competition, and it's a nationwide competition, but these students all participated in the Georgia Regional competition, and as Mrs. DeGant said, there were 152 teams. Last year there were only 50-something teams, so you can see this is a growing concern, and I would say that Queen of Angels in the last 5 out of 6 years has represented Georgia in the national competition. So this school has sent a team to the national competition for the last 5 out of 6 years. Is that right? Or more? But I think there's only last year one didn't go. And this year we had a team that went. My team is right here. We're missing one student. It's Stephen and Abby. And they won Best City Services, and I said that's what they get for having the city engineer as their mentor.
Hi, I'm Bill Taylor. I'm the mentor for Nevea, which I'll let one of the students explain what that means. But we were the team that did win the competition for Georgia and represented Georgia in national competition. The team did a great job. Further explanation of Future Cities is they have to do several things. One is they have to prepare a SimCity model, which is basically designing, using a software program, designing a city that progresses 150 years into the future. They have to design all the infrastructure associated with it, waste management, treatment, water, pollution, buildings, roadways, etc. They also have to write an essay on their city design, and their theme this year was an alternate energy source. So they have to design a city that's at least 150 years in the future, what that alternate energy source is, how they built the city, how they deal with all the infrastructure. They write the essay and narrative, then they have to build a physical model that is to scale of a portion of that city. And then lastly, they have to give a presentation on their city that's no more than 7 minutes long, and they get judged on all these aspects of the city. And Marissa, would you like to give a brief explanation of Nevaeh?
Okay. Nevaeh, in case you haven't noticed, is heaven spelled backwards because we believe it's truly heaven on earth. During the time period, the people have severely devastated the natural resources of earth. They've used too much and not given anything back to the earth. So the world leaders came together to share ideas of rejuvenating the earth, and they decided to tap into the cleanest and most renewable energy source out there, the Earth's magnetic field. With the Earth's magnetic field, they took the energy and decided to levitate our city to allow the natural resources to regrow much more quicker than if we were to leave the cities on the ground. So if we remove the human element of it, the natural flora and fauna would be able to regrow much quicker. Thank you. That's it.
Fantastic. Thank you. I mean, this is our future right here. And knowing politicians as well as I do, we would love to have a picture taken with y'all.
I think we need the ideas of these kids of what we can do with Roswell in 150 years.
Abby. Turn that way, Abby. Yeah. There you go. Wait a minute.
Mrs. Diamond asked if you all could see the models, and they are on display at Queen of Angels Catholic School. So if you go in there, just let them know you'd like to see the models. They're on display in the library, and I'm sure they'll be glad to show them to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Until spring break.
Next on the agenda is March for Meals Awareness Month. And is anyone here from Senior Services North Fulton? Great. What I'm going to do is read the proclamation first, and I'm going to then let you expound on your services here. Okay. Whereas in March of 1972, President Nixon signed into law a new title of the Older Americans Act that laid the groundwork for more than 5,000 senior nutrition programs, and whereas March 2012 marks the 40th anniversary of the inclusion of senior nutrition programs such as Meals on Wheels into the Older Americans Act, and whereas this is the fourth consecutive year that North Fulton mayors, including Mayor Jerry Wood, have participated in Mayors for Meals by delivering a new time meal to a senior in his city, and whereas the Meals on Wheels program provided by Senior Services North Fulton delivers meals to seniors who are unable to prepare meals for themselves, and whereas Senior Services North Fulton has been administrating the Meals on Wheels program in the city of Roswell for over 20 years with a 100% volunteer force, And whereas in 2011, over 400 volunteers donated their time and personal vehicles to deliver over 37,000 meals with a friendly smile, and whereas these efforts have resulted in the improvement in the quality of life for seniors in need in the city of Roswell and enables seniors at home to have continued personal independence, nutritionally balanced meals, and daily visits by caring volunteers. Therefore, I, Becky Wynn, in behalf of Mayor Jerry Wood of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2012 as March for Meals Awareness Month in the City of Roswell and ask all of our citizens to join in supporting the Meals on Wheels program. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Bellware. I'm the Executive Director of Senior Services North Fulton, and I'm here with our Meals on Wheels Coordinator, Jill Baker. And we're thrilled to have the city recognize our Meals on Wheels Awareness Month. I don't know if you are aware, but Georgia ranks 6th in the nation for senior hunger and food insecurity. So the Meals on Wheels program goes a long way to ensure adequate nutrition for our citizens. This national event is celebrated annually, and Mayor Wood will be visiting with 3 of our clients next week. We have 7 Meals on Wheels routes in the city of Roswell that are operated out of our Roswell Senior Center, which is on Warsaw Road. 100 volunteers deliver meals every weekday to 60 Roswell citizens, and we're very proud of the work that we do. I'd like to read a quote from one of our volunteers to you. I have tremendously enjoyed working with the program, and believe me when I say I love doing this. Meals on Wheels gives more to me than I give to them. This is how much I enjoy my volunteer work here. I have formed some meaningful relationships with people on my route, and it always makes my day to see them. And from one of our clients, he wrote us a letter recently that said, Meals on Wheels literally saved my life. And this is a gentleman who cared for his wife who had a chronic illness for many years. When he came to us, he had lost 40 pounds because after her death, he was not able to cook for himself. He was able to cook one meal, and when we looked in his refrigerator, that one meal was all that we saw in there, and he was eating that every day. And since that time, we've been delivering meals to him, and he's rapidly recovering, and he so thoroughly enjoys the visits from our wonderful volunteers. And you're right, it's the volunteers that make the program. Those friendly visits mean everything to our seniors. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And 400 volunteers and 37,000 meals is just phenomenal. Does any of the council have anything that they would like to add to this? Okay, great job. And,
Thank you.
Becky? Yes, go ahead.
Just to kind of reiterate what you said, that it's not so much the nutritional food, which is wonderful, but it is that visit. I just happened to be helping deliver them on September 12th, 2001,
wow.
The day after 9/11, and it was quite remarkable that these folks were just so grateful to see another human being. It was really, really poignant.
Thank you.
For what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, moving right along, we have a proclamation recognizing the 40th anniversary, wrong one. Proclamation honoring the month of March as Certified Government Financial Managers Month. Here's another one. Whereas the Association of Government Accountants is a professional organization, part of the Association of Government Accountants, which has a network of 15,000 members in 99 chapters in the United States and around the world, and approximately 260 active members representing state, federal, municipal, and private sector accountants, audits, and financial managers in Georgia. And whereas certified government financial managers promote quality and ethics in financial management throughout government, the AGA is working to advance government accountability through the CGFM programs, and whereas CGFM certification requires a sound education background, several years of experience, and a solid sense of ethics, Georgia's state auditor and the Georgia Department of Audits and Accountants recognize the CGFM certification, and whereas these financial managers serve the public interest in accordance with the highest ethical principles, and whereas Georgians are fortunate to have government employees who excel in the workplace. These hardworking men and women demonstrate dependability, initiative, and practical stewardship of state resources. Certified government financial managers play an important role among these outstanding professionals. Therefore, I, Becky Nguyen, on behalf of Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2012 as Certified Government Financial Managers Month in Georgia. Do we have someone here to accept this proclamation?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
You. Well, get down there and accept it. No. Just want to make sure that you're the one.
I'll be accepting on their behalf. This is something that the state has asked us to do, and our finance department has been taking some courses related to this, and it's certainly our goal for everyone to be certified government finance managers at some point. So we're supporting this, and we told them that we would be happy to accept on their behalf tonight.
Thank you very much. Now, Miss Sharon Wilson. This is a recognition of Sharon Wilson, Senior Field Account Manager, United Healthcare, for superior service to City of Roswell employees and their families. And who's going to put it? Dan Roach, are you going to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm turning it over to you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity to introduce you all to Sharon Wilson, who is Senior Field Account Manager with United Healthcare. She is the face of United Healthcare to Roswell City employees and their family members. Sharon holds office hours here in our office and consistently delivers prompt, courteous, high-quality customer service to our employees and their family members, and is deserving of our recognition for so many reasons. There is one particular case I'd like to share with you all that really kind of highlights the excellence with which Sharon serves our clients. We had an employee of the City of Roswell who encountered a rather difficult childbirth situation at Gwinnett Medical Center. Shortly after the child was born, there was a need for the involvement of the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, the NICU. And while Gwinnett Medical Center is considered an in-network provider of medical services, the NICU was considered an out-of-network provider of medical services. And before we really understood what was happening, our employee, who was facing a very difficult childbirth situation in and of itself, compounded that with some $80,000 in personal out-of-pocket medical expenses that they would have incurred for using out-of-network medical services. Karn and I kind of talked about that and said, you know what, that just doesn't seem right to us, $80,000. So we called Sharon and said, Sharon, we need your help. And Sharon said, I'm on it, in a way that made me glad that I was at her side and not between her and her goal. And she took that issue and tackled it just forthright and really with a vigor that I've not seen, and I really appreciate the service that she provided to us. It serves as a reminder to me, and I know we have some young people in the room tonight, that there's never a wrong time to do the right thing, and that when you stand on principles and act with professional and personal integrity, you'll go far in life. And so I just wanted to thank Sharon for her service to the City of Roswell and recommend her to you for your recognition, and we have a small token of our appreciation for Sharon. And Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if you find it appropriate, we would love a photo opportunity.
Definitely, but before we do the photo op, I'd like to have Sharon an opportunity to speak if she would like to.
I just want to say thank you for the recognition, but I will say I do take my job very serious at United Healthcare, and I have to mention United Healthcare. At United Healthcare, we take service very serious, and all of our members, I hold them near and dear to our heart, and I really try to put the shoe on the other foot. What if it were me facing that issue? Would I have somebody to jump through the hoops for me internally? And I just took it, and I wouldn't take no for an answer, and it was important for me to get that issue resolved. But all the issues I hold near and dear to my heart, and again, at United Healthcare, we take service very serious.
Well, Sharon, I think United Healthcare is very fortunate to have someone like you who carries their load for them. So thank you very much. Picture time.
I'm a picture taker.
I can email you a picture.
You will?
Look, it's like, whoa. What a cutie. Okay, you guys ready? Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, now to get really down to business. Council member, I'm sorry, other thing, I'm sorry. We have an approval of a cultural arts board appointment, Rochelle, I think that's pronounced Musha? Do I have a motion? Motion from Councilmember DePolito, a second from Councilmember Orleans. Is there any discussion? Any discussion from anybody from the audience? Okay, all in favor of the motion? It is unanimous. Thank you. Now to get down to the seriousness. Councilmember Nancy Diamond, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, everybody get comfortable. We're not going to make this painful. The first item tonight is CU 11-08, 1200 Grimes Bridge Road, the Versatile Collection, land lot 487. Mr. Townsend.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a petition for 1200 Grimes Bridge Road.
I don't know what it is, but it seems like I'm having a hard time hearing on that microphone. It might just be me.
Speak
Y'all
louder.
can hear it okay? So it's me. No, it's we cannot hear you, so either get a hand one or see if we can work on something. Okay, thank you. Because we need to get this on record, so make sure that we get everything there.
Can you hear me now?
Is it better? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. This petition is at 1200 Grimes Bridge Road. The subject property is Zone C3. The request is for a conditional use for a used automobile dealership. As you can see from the aerial photograph, the subject property is surrounded by commercial development to the north-south. To the west of the property is residential development. This application is to utilize the old United States Postal Service, which the city sold in 2006 to the Grady Hospital. Grady Hospital has gone under contract to the applicant for the use of a used car dealership. As part of selling the property to Grady Hospital, the city entered a quitclaim deed on the property and listed 14 uses that were prohibited on the property, one of them being automobile sales and establishments. For this reason, as well as for the proposed use being inappropriate for the property, staff is recommending denial of this application. We also feel that with this current location as a side street and not a major thoroughfare, that it would be inappropriate for a used car establishment. This application was reviewed by the Planning Commission. They recommended denial also. Staff did include in your backup material, if council wishes to approve this application, 7 conditions. This is a photograph of the surrounding zoning districts. The red is commercial, the green is residential, the blue is the office area to the east of the property. These were the 3 reasons given for the denial of the application. If you have any questions from staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend. Any questions from council? Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. First time I got to say that. Mr. Townsend, you mentioned that the property has a deed restriction on it, so doesn't that preclude us from being able to even approve this?
I'll leave that to the city attorney.
Basically, I'll read the condition if that's
if that's okay with you. It says, upon the condition that until such time as the governing authority of the City of Roswell enacts a resolution specifically authorizing the grantee or its successors and assigns to use the above described property for any of the following prohibited uses, the above described property shall be subject to a right of reentry by the City of Roswell and its successors in interest in the event said property is used for any of the following prohibited uses. And then it goes into the uses. B is automobile sales and establishments. So if you pass a resolution authorizing it, then it's no longer prohibited. But as of right now, it will not be used as an automobile establishment.
So prior to approving it, we'd have to pass a resolution.
Well, the way Brad has it worked out, you would pass a resolution approving it. So that would be the resolution approving it.
The way it's written in our packet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you approve it.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend. We will now hear from the applicant. Is the applicant here? Well, that's going to make it easy. The applicant is not here. Okay, then I will open it up for public comment. And anybody who wants to speak, please, you have to fill out a speaker's card, which Mr. Townsend can get to you. And if you do need to speak, come up and sit on this front pew. That way we can, because we have a very long agenda tonight.
Fill this out first.
No.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, what you need to do is state your name and your address.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Janet Bufkin, and I live at 404 Maxwell Road. The applicant has filed an application for conditional use at 1200 Grimes Bridge, which, as you know, is the old post office building. Their application is for a used car lot that accommodates 115 vehicles. Their present location on Alpharetta Street, if you've looked at their lot, if you've ever had that opportunity, it is very unsightly. They have a array of cars that are parked extremely close to each other and even behind each other. They're leaving no room to get emergency vehicles in or out of that lot. I can't see any benefit in moving their unsightly lot to a residential neighborhood. It just adds nothing to our city. The applicant's present business on Alpharetta Street is close to the cut-through to Maxwell Road and to Grimes Bridge. So adding this new location will make it very convenient for them to transport vehicles from the new location or the old location in and out. And the way that the lot is situated, it allows for traffic to either come out of the new lot onto Grimes Bridge or onto Colonial Drive. So either way, it's a real traffic problem up there. I can't see that it would make it convenient in any way whatsoever. Even if you close off the exits and the entries onto Grimes Bridge, it could probably mean that they would cut through using the cut through on Maxwell Road to get to their old lot to be transporting vehicles back and forth. The neighborhood that we live in is a very small, quiet neighborhood. It's a mixture of families, both young and old. Some people that are retired, they've raised their children there. They have retired now, and it's just a very quiet, wonderful residential street to live on. I really love it. In fact, I come in from Metro Atlanta every day, and it is wonderful to come to. When I turn into my street, there's such a peace there that I love it. I just moved up here in May of last year. And why I didn't move up here 20 years ago, I don't know. My daughter begged me to, so I really like it, and I'm hoping that we will leave this as a nice, quiet neighborhood because it really fits very well with what I expected Roswell to be once I was here for like a month or two. So, I don't want us to become like Bankhead Avenue down in Atlanta. I don't want Grimes Bridge to become another Alpharetta Street or a Bankhead Avenue. I like Grimes Bridge. I use that sometimes to cut through to 400. Again, it's a very quiet residential street. I think that this applicant, if he really and truly would like to move his car lot, I believe that there are other car lots in the area that maybe are not doing as well as he is. He could probably buy a lot or a second lot even to move some of his vehicles into. I don't begrudge him the opportunity to make money. But I also don't see that it would aid us any by having him there. With the deed restriction, I think that those of you who maybe were on the city council at that time that deed came across, you must have thought through that before you had that restriction put on there. It's not something that I have known council members in the past to take lightly. When they add a restriction, it is for a reason, and it's probably to keep our city safe and lovely and nice to come home to. So I would ask that you deny their application. I would also like to thank you for the work that you do day in and day out for each of us who live here, because it's so much different than living in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for moving to Roswell. We're kind of partial on this city. I love it too. Next person, please state your name and address. And if you have a card, to give it to Mr. Townsend. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martin Howe. I live at 130 Vickery Lane and represent the east side of Grimes Bridge Road. And I can tell you from the neighbors that we are unequivocally opposed to used car lot being on our street. The city of Roswell needs a lot of things. One of these things is not another used car lot. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk, considering this is prohibited by the deed. But I just want but I wanted to stand up and let you know I've got a dozen or more signatures from my neighbors, letting you know that we are opposed to this. We do want something to happen with the old post office on Grimes Bridge Road. We see the shopping center across the street, needs some more business, but this is not what we want. We want revitalization, but we don't want a used car lot. Normally I would say it goes without saying, but in this case, I felt compelled to come up and speak because my neighbors are pretty uniform in the fact that this is not something that we want. So we appreciate you guys, what you do, and following the protocol. But again, as a person that lives on this street, that passes this way every day, this is not what we want in our neighborhood. So if that means something to you, thank you very much.
Thank you. If you would like to have that petition put as part of the record, you can give it to Mr. Townsend.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the public that would like to speak on this item? If not, I'm closing public hearing. And I'm asking if there's any comments or questions from council. No comments or questions, so Councilmember Diamond, a quick question. I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Price.
Can our attorney reiterate then, if for whatever reason we were to approve it, then there's no way that land could revert to the city. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Orleans.
I just want to say I was on the council when this came up for selling a property, along with a couple other people that happened to be in the audience. And we did look at this exact situation possibly happening, although at the time never thought it would. Thought Grady would use it as a clinic up here that's very needed. But things have happened differently, so this is one of the reasons it happened. And that we put it up this way. I'm just sorry that the seller was not disclosing this information to the buyer, and the buyer got pulled into this kind of a deal. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Diamond.
I move to deny this conditional use request.
There's a motion to deny. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhart. Any other further discussion? Is it for denial? It's a motion to deny. Any other further discussions or comments? Questions? All in favor? Passes unanimously on denial.
All right, the next item is RZ 11-16, CV 11-6, 1240 Warsaw Road, Early Childhood Learning Center, Land Lot 525. And Ms. Jackie Daigle.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is RZ 11-16 and concurrent variance 11-06, located at 1240 Warsaw Road. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R3 to C2. To the north and east of the property is a senior center. To the south of the property are apartments, and to the west of the property are single-family homes. If you notice also to the north and the east, the senior center, which is zoned R3. To the west, the single-family homes are zoned R1. And to the south, the apartments are zoned R3 and R4. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this application during their meeting on February 21st with 2 conditions. The survey received December 5th, and that the use of the property shall be limited to a daycare center. The concurrent variances with this application were requested based on the fact that they want the building to remain as is, so that is what the variances are for. The staff recommends approval of this application with concurrent variances and the 2 conditions stated by the Planning Commission also. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for staff? Councilmember Depolito?
Thank you. Is the applicant in agreement with the conditions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Jackie. Is there any of the applicant? Is the applicant here tonight? Would you like to step forward? And please state your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name is Trent Myers. I'm an attorney with Sutherland, Asbill & Brennan, 999 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm here on behalf of my client, Early Learning Property Management, or ELPM for short. ELPM's mission is to support and promote early childhood learning and development by providing safe and adequate facilities for where early learning can take place. Over the past 12 years, ELPM has built about 13 centers like Warsaw Road around in Metro Atlanta, and then we sell or lease those properties to certified nonprofit care providers like Easter Seals, who is actually the tenant at the Warsaw Road property. Easter Seals, as you may know, is another nonprofit and a Georgia pre-care provider, and a Head Start and early Head Start program provider throughout the nation. They also have a presence here in Metro Atlanta. Under our lease to Easter Seals pays us below market rent. We use all the money from that rent to pay our operating expenses that are responsibility of ELPM under the lease. As you heard Jackie mention, the property is currently zoned R3, and under that zoning classification, a daycare center is not a permitted use. So we're subject to the non-conforming use provisions of the zoning code, and under those provisions, we would basically lose our right to operate a daycare center if for some reason the site lies vacant for more than 3 months, or if for some reason the property is more than 50% damaged or destroyed. And since the central mission of ELPM is to operate these daycare centers, that's of obvious concern to us. We think C2 is a great fit for the site. It's the least intensive commercial district in which a daycare center is a permitted use. The property's also been used as a daycare center, I believe, since 1993, with no problems with neighbors. So we're good neighbors. We're also seeking a variance request in addition to our rezoning, and that's basically to allow the footprint of the building as it's built and the layout of the improvements on the property within the C2 classification. If I had to sum this up in one sentence, I'd say this is a very, very technical application in which we're seeking to match the zoning classification with the current use of the property.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the applicant from council? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm now opening up the floor to any comments from the public. Any for or against? Opposed? Okay. I'm now closing public hearing. Is there any other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Price.
So is this going to be a conditional use, or is that not the terminology we
Jackie? Yes. This is a rezoning from R3 to C2, so it will change the zoning to the C2 neighborhood commercial district.
So, but the recommendation is to put a conditional use on that?
No, there is no conditional use with this. It's rezoning to C2 with 2 conditions based on the survey that they submitted, and that it's limited to a daycare center.
Could you put those 2 conditions up so Ms. Price could see those, please?
Well, I understand that, but by what authority is number 2 achieved?
A daycare is permitted in C2, and this will limit the daycare there, and that nobody else will be able to develop anything else in the C2 district. So by limiting it to the daycare, if anybody else wanted to come through and say the next 5 to 10 years, or if something happened and the daycare left, a person would have to come through and rezone the property or come through with a conditional use request of some kind. So
it's a
basically
it's a condition, just not a conditional use.
correct.
Okay.
Little semantics there. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve this rezoning request with concurrent variances and the 2 Planning Commission recommended conditions.
Okay, the motion is to approve with the concurrent variances and the 2 conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Depolito. Are there any further discussions or questions? All those in favor of the motion to accept with the concurrent variance and conditions, raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
All right, now we're on RZ 11-17, CV 11-7, CU 11-9, 40 East Crossville Road, the Crossville Veterinary Hospital, land lot 407. Ms. Dyke.
This is rezoning RZ 11-17 with concurrent variance 1107 and conditional use 11-09, located at 40 East Crossville Road. The property is currently zoned R1, overlay of PV, which is the Parkway Village. The applicant is requesting OP, which is professional, to allow for a veterinary clinic. To the north of the property, you can notice there is a Slopes restaurant. To the south of the property is single-family homes. To the east of the property is R1 PV for office complex, and to the west of the property is a church and Crabapple Point townhomes. As you can notice here on the zoning map, everything around it is R1. Everything is also in the overlay of Parkway Village, except for across the street where it is OP PV. The proposed site plan is currently looking to use the existing house and turn that into a vet clinic. Basically what they've done is they want to add on to the house and just put some parking mainly in the rear. There was a revised site plan submitted in February which would address the bioretention and public works requirements. The applicant is also requesting several variances, concurrent variances with this, for the building to remain as it is on the property and to meet the requirements. A vet clinic requires a 100-foot buffer abutting residential property lines, and that's the house to the east. They're also asking for some variances in order to meet the 40-foot buffer along the side on the southern property and for a reduction along the property line abutting slopes from 40 feet down to 10. The Planning Commission recommended approval during their February meeting. The staff also recommends approval. We recommend approval to the February 28th site plan, to the fact that the vet clinic shall be interior only with no outside kennels or runs. All signage on the property must conform to the Parkway Village requirements. The applicant shall remove the first 30 feet of the asphalt drive on the western property line, and the applicant shall comply with the Parkway Village fencing requirements. You notice on the revised site plan that they submitted in February on the 28th, the 30-foot removal of the asphalt drive is shown on the new revised site plan. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Is there any questions for staff? We'll go with Councilmember Orleans, please.
Jackie, I think you misspoke. You made a statement that they wanted to add on to the house. I think you were talking about the driveway, but just to clarify,
they want to
no
enclose the carport.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. They want to enclose the carport. And I believe they're putting in a driveway to extend to the rear for a parking lot. Sorry.
There will not be any change in the footprint of the current house.
No.
Because of where it's located. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
A couple things. On the February 28th site plan, it indicates the asphalt drive to remain. I guess I'm not clear because in some places it says a portion of it would be removed, but this doesn't clearly show that.
The first 30 feet of the driveway will be removed, The rest of the driveway is going to remain.
When you say the first 30 feet, you mean from the road?
From the road, yes.
And the other thing, I was just curious, is there a distinction between veterinary clinic and veterinary hospital in any of our ordinances? Because I know the entity is called Crossville Veterinary Hospital, and in their application, they refer to it as hospital, but in all of our writings, we seem to be referring to it as a clinic. Is there any?
No, we don't have any differences in our ordinance.
Okay.
Councilmember Debolito?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I literally live within barking distance of this facility, and
pretty good.
Do not have issues with it, but wanted to make sure of a few things. Some of my neighbors had concerns about noise and just the fact that there may be barking dogs. Is there any overnight boarding that will occur?
The applicant indicated the only overnight boarding would be if there's surgery, and that the dog would have to remain overnight due to surgery. But other than that, it's not a kennel. There will not be where you can take the dogs and go on vacation and they would be boarding them. No, it's just if there's a surgery, and then the dog would remain overnight for that.
And that's in an enclosed facility?
An enclosed
inside
facility,
the
yes.
Building itself?
All inside.
Okay. The buffer on the rear lists a 40-foot natural buffer. I assume that's an undisturbed buffer. Is that to remain?
The buffer on the rear, related to the slope side of the property, they're looking. Oh yes, that's to remain. Sorry, on the rear.
Yeah, it would be.
Abutting the office complex.
Yes.
That's to remain.
Okay, so that because they're showing a detention area close to that, I want to make sure that 40-foot is not disturbed.
The 40-foot will not be disturbed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Orleans?
Jackie, one other question. Since conditions, no kennels, no overnight stays other than your example, and no runs, they're never going to have to take a dog outside?
They indicated if they have to walk the dog, they would walk the dog, but it's not where they'd be outside. Like a dog will have to be walked in from outdoors to the clinic, and if they're staying overnight, then they might have to go outside. But other than that, they indicated everything would be inside.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Are you here tonight? Please come forward and state your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Rosa Denning. My address is 1589 Ashford Drive, Marietta, Georgia.
And my name is Bill Colbrenner at 175 Sherwood Pass, Roswell, Georgia.
Okay, who's the applicant? Go ahead.
I'm applying for office rezoning to office professional with conditional use and the variances. As far as dogs being outside, there won't be any exterior runs, just for my patients that need care overnight. And we had talked to the planning commission. They'd put something in there as far as, obviously people have to walk their dog in from the car, and when they're staying they'll have to use the bathroom, but they'd be out on a leash with one of my technicians at that point. Were there any?
Okay, is he part of your application?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what we'd like to just hear from anybody that's part of the application right now. So go ahead and speak.
Sure. Thank you in advance for your consideration and your time. As Jackie has stated earlier, we have made ourselves available to meet with the neighbors. We've got signs all over the property, as everyone is aware. We've been very proactive with meeting with the majority of the neighbors, immediate property owners, Slopes Barbecue, some of the tenants and owners of some of the office condominiums behind us, as well as some of the retail buildings. To our knowledge, there has not been any someone to say no. They're concerned, absolutely dead against it. Some concerns were the noise issue, the barking issues, and as Rosa has mentioned, Theirs is not to have outdoor storage, not to have outdoor kennel runs, not to have anything of the sort, the walking of the dog or animal from the car to the clinic and back. We had a planning commission meeting, as you're aware, prior to this, and at that time, after we had given our speech and our suggestions and ideas, the idea of connectivity to Slopes Barbecue and the possibility of working on the variance for the undisturbed buffer that separates this parcel from Slopes Barbecue was introduced by the Planning Commission. At their wishes, we met with Bob White to talk to him about possible connectivity as well as the variance requirements for that buffer. And we did meet with Mr. White, who has expressed his support of the reduction of that barrier. This was nothing that we had brought upon ourselves to take it upon to do this. We were following the procedures, and it was brought to our attention. That's why this was kind of put in at the last moment. We did get a possibility of with the buffers with they're written, we could possibly have 80 feet of natural buffer between the two parcels of property, which some may feel is excessive, some may feel it's not. It's certainly something that we're willing to work with, a possible reduction. We're not seeking for a reduction of all the buffers all the way around. We want to continue in the spirit of cooperation that we've worked with the City of Roswell to see what we can do as far as the reduction of that buffer. One of the things that was brought to our attention by Andy Pittner, the arborist for Roswell, was how we're going to plant through this asphalt drive. There is, as mentioned earlier, an asphalt drive that's existing. We do not plan on using it. We had been working under the condition that we were going to remove it, and after looking at it further, the removal of the asphalt drive could possibly endanger the trees that we're trying so hard to save, which is why we've asked for so many different variances using the existing structure as you see it today and trying to preserve those beautiful trees as we see those today. With that said, I would like to make myself available for any questions that you have for myself or for Rosa.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Can talk tonight. Councilmember Price.
Is there a sidewalk existing?
There isn't.
Yeah, there is.
If there is, it's overgrown with a lot of weeds.
Because I guess I'm seeing
there
that.
Is. Okay, there is.
On conditions, the sidewalk, the fencing, the signage, etc. And I guess those are all going to be included in the conditions. But I thought I saw something about sidewalks here, but I just can't find it right now.
I think what they were concerned we're going to be widening the driveway, so making sure that the sidewalk will have to be reworked right beside that.
Okay, thank you.
It's our intent to maintain the sidewalk as well as the introduction of the fence to keep the spirit of the overlay alive.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councilmember Price? Okay, Councilmember Orleans.
Have you had a veterinary hospital previous to this?
Have worked further down 92.
I'm sorry?
No, I haven't had of my own, but I'm working further down on Highway 92 right now.
You're working at one now?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the general experience of? Is that what you do normally every day? Is surgery on the animals?
Yeah, we generally do spays and neuters almost every day. They don't necessarily stay. Took out an eyeball the other day. That one did stay. So some of the more complex surgeries that I want to see the next day. And
so I was going to ask is what's the experience of? I mean, how many rooms do you have? How many can you keep overnight? And is it frequently that happens or no?
Right now, not frequently. No, probably twice a week to have someone stay overnight.
And this question is probably more for staff. As far as the adjustment to the buffer between the two properties, again, I guess since the house's footprint staying the same, is there a reason to remove it or shorten it, or what's the pros and cons of doing it?
The reason for the buffer request to possibly eliminate a portion of the buffer was brought up by the Planning Commission, and they felt that since next to this property, when the Roswell Crossing Shopping Center went in, they were required to have the 40-foot buffer since this was a single-family residential home. This property, because they're requesting an OP zoning and would be abutting R1 underlining zoning with the Parkway Village overlay, is required to have a 40-foot buffer because of its underlining zoning abutting R1. So that is the reason why that's how you'd end up with 80 feet of buffer between the slopes building and this structure. So when it was brought up at Planning Commission, they mentioned that maybe you would, if you spoke with Mr. White, the owner of Slopes, to see what he felt. And I know they did, and Mr. White did send in a letter indicating that he did not see a problem with doing a reduction of that.
I understand all that. My question was, since they're not changing their footprint, is there a reason to adjust it and take the buffer out? Or what are the pros and cons of doing it or not doing it? Those are my questions. And if they're not changing the footprint, is there any reason to do anything with it?
Then no.
Since that's a more recent request.
No, there is no change. So there would be no reason to reduce the buffer.
Okay, that's all I was trying to ask. Thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm now going to open up the floor for the public. If anybody wants to come and speak on this application, please come forward. Seeing no one, then I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to turn it back over to Councilmember Nancy Diamond.
I would like to make a motion to approve this rezoning request with concurrent variances and conditional use request with the 5 staff conditions listed.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? There's a second from Councilmember Depolito. Are there any comments or questions from Councilmember Price?
There's 2 sets of conditions that I'm looking at. One is from planning, that's 5, and the other one's from staff that has 4. So which one are we using?
Mr. Townsend or Jackie, can somebody put the conditions that we're voting on up on there? Right there, there.
That's Planning Commission, not staff.
Did the Planning Commission adopt these conditions?
All right, Planning Commission recommendations.
So you want to amend your motion to say Planning Commission recommendations? Is that okay with you, Councilmember Depolito?
That's fine.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Any further comments or questions?
I'm just trying to figure out what's missing. It's missing from staff. It's in that one. If we could just
be glad to look at
clarify
it.
that.
What's the difference between staff's recommendation and planning council planning? Since one has 4 and one has 5.
Fencing. There's no fencing in this one. Oh, wait a minute.
It's fenced.
Right. The fencing requirement as well as the clarification of removing the first 30 feet of asphalt. Those are the 2 changes from Planning Commission to staff's conditions.
Okay, so 1 and 4 combined.
Right.
In the staff's.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, again, a motion and a second to approve with conditions and the variances. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Next, we have RZ 11-18, 2830 Holcomb Bridge Road, Sherwin-Williams Paint, land lot 824. Ms. Steidel, it's your turn again.
This is a rezoning, RZ 11-18 for 2830 Holcomb Bridge Road. This is a different rezoning. They're basically not rezoning the land. They're asking for a removal of a condition that was placed on this property, this whole tract, the entire tract in 1988 by Fulton County. One of the conditions was related to signage, and it restricted the property, the entire tract there was restricted to one sign. So what's happened is the the parcels have all separated since that time period, and the Sherwin-Williams tract, which is the one outlined in red, would like to have their own ground sign. Property, as you can tell, is all zoned FCA, Fulton County annexed. Across the street from the property is apartments. Next to it on the south is the mini storage building. To the east is the strip retail center, and it contains the Waffle House. And also to the west is the mini storage. The staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval. We based it on the survey and the fact that the ground sign should comply with Article 22, the City of Roswell zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. A couple questions on the existing property. That southern part that has the U-Haul or the storage facility, does it have its own ground sign at this point?
No, it has a wall sign.
Okay. And the reason that there is not a ground sign for this property is because originally when it was owned, and the reason for that condition was because it was a single piece of property, right?
Yes, the entire tract, which contains the storage, the daycare, and all that, they were all one tract of property when they were zoned in 1988 by Fulton County.
Right. And so over time, that has been separated out into individual parcels. And in this particular instance, it is a separate building from the others. Do we have any idea how many other properties there are in the city of Roswell that this could happen, where there could be parcels that subdivided, bought by individual property owners, and then be eligible for their own sign? I'm guessing the answer is no.
Question.
That's more a rhetorical question than anything.
No
But
idea.
the point being that there's a reason that the sign was not allowed back then, and you could easily do this. I imagine there are other places where you can. I know I can think of one or two just off the top of my head, but you could do that in a number of places, and I think we're opening ourselves up to having a ton of signs. And follow-up question on, later we're going to come back to some other signage changes. If we were to pass that, which would allow larger ground signs, would this entity be able to take advantage of that if it were passed, to have larger ground signs than current?
Yes. If the text amendment that's being referred to later on the agenda,
that's one part of it.
They would be able to utilize that text amendment to get whatever additional signage that text amendment would allow.
Right. And again, the point being, and I asked you, Brad, earlier today, that the Waffle House sign that's existing is about 40 square feet. The other sign we think is probably closer to 50. And I can almost guarantee when we talk about this later, we'll get more into it, but when you put a bigger sign, if you were to put a bigger sign right down from one that's a little smaller, you can almost guarantee that next one's going to come back and say, well, now I want the bigger sign to match up to the other. So we're going to go from 2 signs that used to be 1 sign to be 3 signs that will be large signs. And I just think it's a wrong move to make when we move forward for this. Those are the questions. I guess I made some comments more than questions too. Sorry about that.
I'll let you do that.
Now or later. So.
Is any other comments or questions? How's that? Any other comments or questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Jackie. Is the applicant here? Please come forward, please. Please state your name and your address.
I'm Marty Kuckelhan, and my address is 3550 Mary Taylor Road in Birmingham, Alabama. I work for the sign manufacturer and for Sherwin-Williams. I personally surveyed the site, and after driving up and down the road several times, it was very hard to identify the site. There is no signage there at all. I can show you a picture. It won't show up on there then. Put it up there.
Mr. Townsend can get it to show up. Just flip it for us. Thank you.
Sherwin-Williams is a separate property now, a separate parcel. We're kind of situated up on a hill. They're on Holcomb a little bit and at a curve. The speed limit, 40, 45, but people do exceed that some. It's hard to kind of find the property if you don't know where it is. I believe we need some identification there. The current sign that's up there is situated about 15, 20 feet back. We'd be willing to do the same setback. We need something that's visible enough for one of our customers to be able to see it, slow down, get in the merge lane, and have enough time to turn. I believe that the current code allows for a 50 square foot sign at 12 feet overall height. We were looking at doing something about 42 square feet, which is our standard size, at about 9 feet overall height, if we could. That's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on council have any questions for the applicant? I should say the sign person. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to be opening this up to public. Is anyone here that would like to speak on this case? Having no one, then I'm going to close public hearing. And Councilmember Diamond.
Given this is a single property on a main road, I would move to approve this request to remove a zoning condition to allow for one ground sign.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Councilmember Orleans. Open it up for either kind of questions or comments. Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I actually have a technical question. The condition was for the entire property, I believe, which would include other parcels. So how does that impact what we're doing here? Does that allow just a sign for this individual parcel? Does that open it up to all of the parcels?
There are 4 parcels that have frontage on the road. 2 of those parcels currently have ground signs. This, depending on how the motion is crafted and adopted, you can either limit it to just Sherwin-Williams, which then the mini storage building would not be able to obtain a ground sign unless it came through the same process, or you could craft the condition in such a manner that that limitation is removed from the property completely, thereby allowing these mini storage building to have a ground sign.
I guess I need clarification on the motion.
Okay, clarification on the motion. Councilmember Diamond.
Well, I was going to leave it as is, but you're free to amend it if you would like.
I do have one question. I've been trying to keep quiet on here, but since the gentleman did state a size, can we put that as a condition in there that to limit the size of the sign? Because he did state, I think it was 42 square feet by 9 feet.
42 square feet,
9 feet high.
Okay, so it's 42 square feet by 9 foot overall height. Okay, that's just a suggestion.
Do you know what the linear...
Could you come to the microphone, please, if there's any questions?
135 linear feet of road frontage.
Thank you.
Is that what you needed? Okay. Is there an amendment, or are we going with any other questions or comments?
I'm restating the motion.
Okay.
I recommend approval of the request to remove a zoning condition to allow for one ground sign.
And that's for Sherwin-Williams.
For Sherwin-Williams.
Do you want to put a condition on the size that he has quoted or not?
I hate to complicate the future, but I mean, if something, why don't I leave it as it is and we can have an amendment if somebody feels strongly about it.
Fine. So we now have a new second, which is going to state, it's more of a clarification of the motion. The motion is to approve the ground sign for Sherwin-Williams only, that parcel only. Do I have a second on that one? Are you okay with that, Mr. DePolito? Mr. Orleans, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay, great. Councilmember Eichelhart.
I was going to say, if you follow the reasoning of a single property owner coming forward to request a new sign, all the other property owner has to do is come forward and request a new sign, they'll get one. So to be business friendly, you might as well let everybody have one, because you're going to do it eventually anyway. But I'm going to vote against it either way, but that's kind of silly to me to separate it into one. All you got to do is ask for it and come back.
Okay, no problem. Any other comments or questions? Okay, the motion is, and I have a motion and a second, is to allow the ground sign for Sherwin-Williams parcel only. All in favor? Councilmember Depolito, Diamond, Price, Orleans, all opposed? Councilmember Eichelhart. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are on RZ 11-14, the text amendment to the sign ordinance related to the distribution of allowable ground and wall sign square footage. This is the second reading. Mr. Townsend.
This is the second reading for Chapter 22 of our sign ordinance. It deals with two main issues. The first being our current sign code dealing with ground signs and wall signs requires that the wall sign and ground sign be divided in reference to the frontage of the property, as well as when they have wall signs, the allowance is divided between all the signs on the establishment. What I'm showing to everyone is our current code sections dealing with our wall signs and ground signs. What's being discussed before you this evening is the areas in green. This is being struck through for the ground signs. This way, the ground signs are only determined by the linear road frontage that the property has. They are not combined with those on the wall. They do still have the maximum sizes. A property may have 150 feet of linear road frontage. They would only be allowed a maximum 50 square foot sign. The individual establishments that are greater than 400 feet could have a maximum of a 64 square foot sign. That is a ground sign. The next area that is being discussed is the establishment of determining how we allow wall signs to be calculated. What is changing with this text amendment is we're allowing the linear building frontage of that establishment to determine the size of the wall sign. If they have 1 square foot of linear frontage, if they've got 50 square foot of a building frontage, they're allowed a maximum 50-foot wall sign on that location. What is also being recommended in the proposed text amendment, they're allowed up to 3 wall signs of that 50 square feet. That's just probably as simple as I can say this issue. What's that?
For a total of 150 square feet.
Correct. Would be 100 in total. 3 wall signs, each being 50 square feet, would be 150 square feet of wall signage. I want to give you the example we started with when this text amendment was working through the process. This is H1 Automotive on Alpharetta Highway. We were dealing with this building frontage when this sign issue came through. The applicant, using our current sign code, has 79 linear feet of frontage. He would be allowed 79 square feet of signage. He chose 24 square feet on his ground sign, 21 on the frontage that faces Alpharetta, and 33 on the southern portion of the building. He chose 3 signs. The proposed text amendment would be the wall signs would allow 44 square feet on 3 walls, and the ground sign would be allowed 50 square feet maximum. So really, if he walked in tomorrow, if this text amendment was approved, his ground sign would almost double, and his wall signage would almost double also, as well as he would be allowed the third sign. Right. Is there any questions?
What I want to do first before we go to questions is have Mr. Davidson read the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the City of Roswell zoning ordinance regarding Chapter 22 sign code regarding the distribution of allowable ground and walls sign square footage. Now, therefore, pursuant to their authority, the Mayor and City Council adopt the following amendment to the zoning ordinance. City of Roswell zoning ordinance is hereby amended by in Article 22 of the City of Roswell Ordinance Table 22.182, ground signs in non-residential zoning districts as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. And the City of Roswell zoning ordinance is hereby amended in Article 22, Table 18.3, wall signs in all districts as follows, text again of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Councilmember Orleans.
Mr. Townsend? Okay, there was a discussion initially that we were separating the wall and the ground signs, and I was under the impression, or there was some general thought process, that would give them the additional amount for the wall sign, but then that was the amount they would use, whether it was 1, 2, or 3 walls. So what you're saying is the actual ordinance in front of us is not splitting up that additional signage. It is putting the maximum, whatever that is, not on 1, not on 2, but up to 3 walls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Diamond.
Mr. Townsend, if an owner decides to use any one of those and use all of their size on one version of those, is it changing any of those sign sizes? Did that make any sense? Let me try that again. It didn't make sense to me as I said it. Go back to that, the 3 on each one.
Right.
Back to the picture.
Yeah, you were there, almost.
We need the visual.
Yeah. Okay. If the gentleman had decided just to do a ground sign, he could have made that 50 square feet.
Yes.
If he had decided just to do either of the wall signs, he could have made that one 50 square feet.
The way
he wasn't having them on the way
the current code is written, he has 79 linear feet to utilize.
Okay, so he could have actually done 79 square feet on one side of the building. No, he could have done 50.
We have the maximum still, right, it would be maximum of 50.
So he could have put 50 square feet on any one wall if that was the only wall he chose.
Yes.
So we're not actually changing sizes here, we're changing distribution.
Yes, and we're also changing the criteria in which the distribution is based upon. The ground sign is based on the road frontage, the wall sign is based on the building frontage.
Okay, which is actually smaller than it used to be.
Yes.
In the present. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think Councilmember Price, did you have your hand up? Are you still formulating your question?
No, yeah, it is confusing. I think the intent originally was because of the split, it was sort of an inordinately small sign relative to some of the neighbor signs, and then once it was divided among the walls, it didn't allow very much visibility. The picture doesn't really show the sign next door, which towers over this one. So that's sort of a fairness issue, but that's irrelevant as far as the actual ordinance goes. But I thought and I know I poured over the minutes from last month, and I still don't think it was clear that our intent was to have each wall the maximum. I thought it was to have each wall equal that former total. Is that what you thought?
That's what I was just asking to clarify.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was being make that change last time.
Let's.
Well, I know, but
let's
address
our questions to staff, if we could, please.
Okay. Well, I'm asking. It was my understanding in the very, very beginning, and I know last month didn't clarify it, although it sort of did, but in the wrong direction. I thought saying that we would not divide it, that it was that maximum could go onto each and every of 3 walls.
So you're indicating that the linear square footage of the building, which in this particular instance is 44 linear feet, would be divided amongst any of the wall signs to maximum of 44.
Yes. Isn't that what I'm saying? Yeah.
If that's the intent of the council, I'm not sure that that's what
staff understood from the first reading.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Eichelhart while Councilmember Price formulates another question for you.
Well, that is entirely different because the motion from last month was each wall would get the could have the maximum.
That's what staff understood, yes.
Right. And that is different from what Councilmember Price just said. Now, if we actually followed splitting between all the walls, the frontage, that would actually reduce signage available because you currently have 54 feet on the wall.
Right.
And that would be reduced to 44 if you followed what Councilmember Price just said.
And what you would do is the part that is struck through, this allowance shall be divided between all of the establishment signs. You would probably change that language to the wall signs and leave that language in there if that is the intent of council.
But that actually wasn't my original question, so let me go back to that. Just to clarify, because technically that's correct that we're not changing the maximum allowed, the 50 square foot on a ground sign. Let me go back to the ground sign first. That is true. But when you have an amount that you separate, if you put all your square footage into the ground sign, you're not going to have anything on the building, or vice versa. If you put everything into your building, you're not going to have anything on the ground. And from our previous thing we just heard, clearly people want ground signs. So I don't think it's realistic to say anybody is going to put it all in one basket. So by making this change, we are most likely, in many cases, maybe most cases, we don't have numbers that verify this, but certainly in this case, you're allowing them to have a larger ground sign. That is the effective result, even though the maximum may not change. That's a statement and a question, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and that's true on the others, that we're not technically increasing the amount, but effectively we're going to increase what they can put anywhere.
The capability of them having larger signs is definitely what's going to be the outcome of this text amendment.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember DePolito?
Thank you. Just for comparison purposes, I went to the City of Alpharetta ordinance, and using your example here, in Alpharetta they'd be able to have a 42 square foot monument and 1 square foot of sign area per frontage, which is the same, except for they're only allowed 1 sign. So we're actually, with the change in the ordinance, if we adhere to the total allowable, we would still be having a larger sign than Alpharetta allows, plus we'd be allowing flexibility of being on 3 sides.
Right.
So it actually, even with a more restrictive version of using the total, we're still actually even more lenient than Alpharetta's ordinance, which they have a substantial amount of commercial, and they seem to be doing pretty well with that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other questions of staff? Okay, then I'm going to open this up to anyone in the public. If you do have a statement or if you want to make a comment, please come up front. Sit at the front pew, please. And make sure that you have a speaker's card. And what I need for you to do is state your name and address, even though I do know you. You have to do that anyway.
My name is Bob Reed. My address is 350 Martins Trail, Roswell, Georgia. Madam Mayor Pro Tem Council, if you're confused about this, think of what I'm going through, because let me take a higher ground on it. I've been here 30 plus years. The last thing in the world that I want to see is Roswell become Highway 41 or something plastered with signs. From what I can determine from what Mr. Townsend said, that this ordinance would allow net more signs and larger signs. I think I'd just like you to think in terms of how do people shop today. I don't know about you, but when I shop, I go to the internet, I go to some form of social media, I look at websites, I look for directions, I look for phone numbers to call ahead of time, or lists of things that people provide as services before I even worry about looking for a sign. So I think that today's age, the way people shop and the way people find goods and services that meet their needs is not by running up and down the street looking for a sign. I really don't believe that. I think there are other ways to do that. I'd ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Ms. Winitsky, please state your name and your address.
Good evening, Paula Winitsky, 120 Buckthorn Court, Roswell. Just a small comment. Our sign ordinance is, I think, a little archaic. It hasn't been looked at for quite a while. I think what this may be is an attempt to fix a particular small problem of someone who wants a wall sign. And I think the unintended consequences are huge here in terms of the amount of signage that we'll be permitting. I know that you're thinking about moving toward Unified Development Code work, and where we look at the zoning ordinance as a whole. And I would suggest that perhaps that's the time to look at the zoning ordinance in its entirety rather than taking a piecemeal approach. I find this really kind of alarming when I look at the examples that have been given tonight, what could happen in terms of the look of Roswell and the look that people prefer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is anybody else would like to speak on this? Again, if you want to speak, please come forward and sit in the front pew so we know. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Dennis Edson, 105 Pasofino Place in Roswell. The Honest One Auto Care business that was shown in the pictures, that's my business. I own that business. Lots changed since this was first brought up in committee last June. When my business opened in April, had a lot of customers tell me, can't find you. You know, I was a new business. My sign restrictions were very, very different than the existing businesses that already exist on Alpharetta Street. So the intent was, as people were heading south on Alpharetta Street, I had customer after customer after customer say, couldn't find you, couldn't see you, your sign wasn't visible. That was in June of last year when I first, when this text amendment was first proposed. I have a picture of what's happened, and I don't know how to, since I opened my business last April, a new business has come along called Five Brothers Auto Repair. So before they put that sign there, I had customers telling me, we can't see you, your sign. So I followed the rules. I have 78 square feet of signage. I chose not to put a sign on the back side of the building because there's trees there, and you wouldn't be able to see the sign once those trees went into bloom. So we're talking about changing the ordinance to allow from any vantage point. I think Councilwoman Price, her first text amendment said, I was limited by X number of feet of signage from any vantage point. When you're standing on this side of the building looking south, you can only see 24 square feet of my signage. So the proposed amendment would allow me to put another sign on the back side of my building to improve that visibility. Five Brothers Auto Repair comes along. And again, all of this was before. All these conversations took place before Five Brothers moved in. Five Brothers has a whole lot more road frontage than me, and they put up a sign that's, I haven't measured it, but you can see when you're heading south on Alpharetta Street, you can't see my signs. Can't see them at all. They followed the rules. I followed the rules. Unfortunately, there's no rule in the ordinance that says how your signs need to be structured based on your neighbor. There's no rule that says, be a good neighbor, don't block your... So these guys had a couple hundred feet of signage, or road frontage, and they chose to put their sign 15 feet away from mine, completely blocking my view as you're heading south. So, as a small business owner, been in business for a year, things are going well, but we still have lots of customers that drive in and can't find us. They call us on the phone, they find us on the internet, and they call us and say, couldn't find you, we're lost. So I think, adding a small sign, the ordinance you said would allow me to put a 50-foot sign. I had no intention of changing the signs that I have, doubling the signs. I think they look good the way they are. If this amendment would be approved, I'd put a 24-foot sign on the back of that building, just to give me a little more visibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this subject? If not, I'm closing public comments.
Ask Mr. Edson a question.
Sure. Mr. Edson?
Yeah.
Mr. Edson, if you could come forward, please. Councilmember Price has a question for you.
If this amendment text amendment were modified to be a sum total of the 3 walls instead of each wall, would that allow you to put a sign that you envision?
Yes, I mean, because right now I've got 78 feet of total signage. 24 feet of that is in my ground sign, so that means I've got 78 minus 24, 54 feet right now of wall signs.
Mr. Townsend, would you like to clarify that? I'm interrupting, I'm sorry. I just want a clarification of it.
If the wall sign criteria is how much building frontage he has, which is 44 square feet, if it's then divided amongst 3 signs, he already has 51 square feet existing.
So it's already over.
But as and there's been some confusion, obviously, this has been discussed tonight, but as I read this earlier today, I thought the wall signs would be separate from the ground sign, and that I'd be able to put 3 signs on either side up to 50 feet, and I'm not even close to that.
But you're confusing what criteria determines the square footage. You can't take the road frontage square footage of 79 square feet and use it for your wall. That's only used for the ground. The 44 square feet of the building is what linear feet is, what's utilized for the square footage of the wall.
And the maximum total under this proposed change would be 44.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Price, is there another question that you need?
I know there were some large owners that were concerned that this was going to reduce what they were allowed to have, but is that in any case, is that possible?
Not to my knowledge. In any readings, I don't believe any of that would be the case.
Nobody would be reduced by this proposal.
I can't think of a scenario in which, by separating the ground and wall, that any sign, whether it be an existing ground sign or be an existing wall sign, would be reduced.
Thank you. Councilmember Orleans. Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I late? I'm sorry.
Are you late? I will reopen just for you. I will reopen the public comments.
I just want to say that
I know everybody knows who you are, but you just have to state your name.
I
and
apologize.
address.
Ralph Mills. I own the Shops of Soka and Shops of 1140 here in Roswell. And as such, I have approximately, at any given time, let's just say 15 to 25 small business people that are making their living every day here in the city of Roswell. I literally got a call this morning from one of my tenants who is down around back on one of my shops complaining that over the weekend he had 3 calls, nobody could find him, his location. We do have technology. First off, let me stop and say thank you so much for readdressing this question after many years. She stated exactly correct. We appreciate a new look at the sign ordinance. But what I'm asking for is we do have technology that is changing things. We have, Google Earth, Google Place, things like that, but they're not to the point that these people can do without signage. Little A-frames make a huge amount of difference. Wall signage makes a huge amount of difference. Street signage makes a huge amount of difference. Where the building is located, whether it's on a frontage road or off on a side road, makes a huge amount of difference to these tenants. So, bottom line is, I greatly appreciate it as an investor in this city, a stakeholder for over 15 years, and I look forward to getting additional clarification because, to be honest with you, I don't understand exactly all of it. But again, I just want to say thank you, and please don't make a judgment till we can work through all this and get it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. I think one thing we do have to clarify that what we're amending tonight, and Brad, you can make sure I'm saying this correctly, this is for freestanding building. It's not for buildings that have multi-tenants. Am I correct? I just wanted clarifications because now I'm confused. Is this for individual businesses, or is this for, like, if you have 4 or 5 businesses in a building?
What's in a plan center?
So the plan center. Okay, never mind. They just told me. It is okay. It is. Okay. Is there any more questions, Councilmember Orleans?
I think I would just like to suggest that we hold this for third reading and have some additional discussions at a committee meeting where we can see some examples, more examples, and really understand how we're affecting both sides of it, the ground signs and the wall signs, as I stated, for all of us to understand before we do one or the other.
Okay. Thank you for that comment, suggestion. Anybody else has a comment or suggestion? Councilmember Eichelhart, you look like you need to say something.
Well, we have actually talked about this for quite a while, and I actually agree with Councilman DiPolito that if we just took basically Alpharetta sign code and moved it into ours, I'd probably be pretty happy. But I do have concerns, as were expressed, that if we just take this little piece and make a change, that we don't know what the full implication of it is. And I would totally agree with the H1's unlikely to maybe make that particular change, but the next ones, and we're trying to replace all those buildings up and down Highway 9, better believe a new business comes in, they're going to take that full max. So I think we need to understand the impact of that. So we are coming up with the Unified Development Code, and we want to help the folks that we can at this point, but I do think we got to consider the whole city. So in addition to just that one example, we may also want to consider making it part of the overall larger change.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember DiPolito?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the Alpharetta ordinance is pretty good. I've personally developed it there and thought it was very fair. So from a user standpoint, I think it's very reasonable. So I've been saying for a number of years I thought that might be a good model for us to use. So I would support heading in that direction. From a Unified Development Code standpoint, once we get started on that, how long will that take before we have a rewriting of the sign ordinance?
Mr. Townsend? Alice, do you have an answer? Ms. Wakefield, do you have an answer for that, please?
It will take 18 to 24 months.
So we don't have time to wait for that. We need to get something done sooner.
That's how long it will take to do the code.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Diamond?
Okay. I think probably the best thing to do is try a motion to defer and maybe not set a date to when just yet.
Okay, one thing I do want to find out is if we do defer this and it's the second reading, well, how does that affect it? Mr. Davidson, would we have to start off with first reading again?
No, as long as you're within the time frame, which I think is 65 days from the first reading, which was February 13th. I don't know what 65 days from then.
I think we can look at that. We can keep it open-ended and then set it up if you want to take it back to committee.
It would need to be heard on April 9th to keep it in the time frame.
The second reading would have to be April 9?
Yes.
Okay, when's our next, not tomorrow, but when's our next committee meeting?
The committee meeting would be on the 28th.
March 28th.
Yes.
And when's the next one after that? April what?
If we go to admin committee, that's the 10th, April 10th.
And it has to be heard by when, I'm sorry? April what?
9th.
Okay. Okay. Or if we hear it after April 9th, then we'd have to start on the first reading again, am I correct?
Yes.
But we could do first readings back to back, first and second reading back to back if we need to. I mean, like one on one council meeting, then wait 2 weeks. Can we do that on this one? Or does it have to be a 30-day?
No, you can wait. I mean, you can do either way you want.
Okay. Okay, so are you ready to make a motion?
Thought I did, sorry.
Well, have it in form of motion, then I can get a second.
Okay. But move to defer the second reading to committee at the end of this month.
Okay, that's a deferral to committee at March 28th. Do I have a second? That's got a second from Councilmember Orleans. Any more discussions or questions? All in favor? Yeah, until the next committee meeting, which will be March 28th. It's going to come back to committee. And then it'll come back to, then if committee decides to move it forward, we'll move it forward. Are you in favor of that, Councilmember Price?
I'm just wondering, is that we're not asking to have it come back here?
It will go to committee on March 28th, and if committee decides to move it forward, it would be moved forward to April 9th, which would still be on schedule, which would still be the second reading. So we would still be on the timeline that it would not have to go back to the first reading. We're just giving it more of a committee meeting to be able to look at some of this discussions that we've had tonight.
Well, I think if we're at a second reading, it needs to be deferred to this body, not to a committee. Is that not correct?
Well, the motion in the second is to take it to March 28th committee, and that's the vote I'm taking.
Fine.
So is it that a yay, nay, or abstention? I'm sorry, I didn't count your vote. Is that a yay?
Why did you call for the vote?
Yes, I did.
No, I'm opposed. I don't know that we can defer it not back to this body.
Okay,
So
let me restate the motion, and let's take a hold on. The motion is to defer it to the next committee meeting, which is March 28th, and if it moves out of committee, it will be heard on the second reading on April 9th in council. I have a motion and a second for that. All in favor? Depulito, Diamond, Eichelhart, Orleans. All opposed? Price. Thank you. Okay. The next one.
Okay, RZ 1201, text amendment related to sidewalk cafes. Mr. Townsend.
This is a proposed text amendment for sidewalk cafes to eliminate the current location restriction dealing with east and west side of Canton Street from north of Magnolia south to Norcross, and to allow them all throughout the city in which a restaurant would be using the public sidewalk for a sidewalk cafe. This came to Planning Council. They recommended approval of this proposed text amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I'm going to have Mr. Davidson read it before I take comments or questions.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City of Roswell to amend the zoning ordinance, Article 10.39.3, uses permitted, application for license dealing with the sidewalk cafe locations within the City of Roswell, Georgia. Now, therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. Article 10, Specific Use Requirements, Chapter 10.39, Sidewalk Cafes, Section 10.39.3, Uses Permitted, Application for License, is amended as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Council, do you have any comments or questions for staff? Any questions for staff? Councilmember Depulito?
Thank you. I support the ability to have sidewalk cafes in additional places in the city. I just want to make sure that each applicant needs to come in for a license, so there will be an approval process for each cafe. So this wouldn't be a matter of right. You would still require a license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this first reading? Anybody want to comment? Okay, I'm closing public comment. Mr. Mills, you're fine? Okay. Just double checking with you. So I'm closing it for public comment. Any other comments from staff? From council? Councilmember Diamond.
I move to approve the first reading of this text amendment.
There's a motion. Do I have a second? Second from Councilwoman Price. Again, any other questions, comments? All in favor? Passes unanimously. I am going to take, okay, we have one more. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Moving right along, we're on RZ 1202, text amendment to allow farmers markets in commercial zoning districts. This is the first reading.
This is a proposed text amendment to allow as a permitted use in the HR MPMUD C1, C2 a farmer's market permit. The permit would have the criteria that it would be a license for 12 months, that the market must include 75% farm produce, there must be an on-site market manager, the hours of operation could not exceed 6 hours per day between the times of 7 and 9 p.m. and a maximum of 2 days per week. This also includes an administrative process that allows the zoning director to approve the farmers market as part of this proposed ordinance. The Planning Commission, in reviewing this proposed text amendment, did request that we add some language, which is on page 4 of the proposed ordinance. Allows the farmers market to include a temporary banner, which is not included in their first 40 days or not included in the additional 40 days of the banner. This is totally separate from that, allowing them to put it up a minimum of or a maximum of 24 hours before the farmers market starts and to be removed within 2 hours after the farmers market is closed. That's the only change that has not been seen by mayor and council before. Everything else was language that was used at the committee level as well as initiated. The Planning Commission recommended approval. Staff recommends approval of the proposed text amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Mr. Davidson, could you read the first reading, please?
Thank you. An ordinance to amend sections of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance regarding the use of farmers market, creating a definition of farmers market to allow the use of farmers markets to be located as a permitted use in the City of Roswell zoning districts, HR, MPMUD, C1, C2, and C3, creating a farmers market permit requirements to allow for the approval of a farmers market permit by the zoning director. Now, therefore, pursuant to their authority, the mayor and city council adopt the following ordinance. Article 3 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, Chapter 3.2, definitions, is amended by adding the following definitions dealing with farmers markets, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. Article 6 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, Table 6.1, permitted uses in office and commercial zoning districts, is amended as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. Article 7 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, Table 7.1, permitted uses in mixed-use zoning districts, is amended as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. Article 10 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, amending the title, Chapter 10.19.5, Farm Produce Market, is amended to read Chapter 10.19.5, Farmers Market, and by adding language which reads as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. And Article 22 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance is amended in Chapter 22.12, temporary signs, by adding Section 22.12E with the language which deals with banners for farmers market to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. And Article 31 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, Chapter 31.7, permits and certifications, is amended by adding the new Section 31.7.10, farmers markets permits, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. And if approved, this will be the first reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Is there any questions for staff? Councilmember Price?
Yes, Mr. Townsend. Currently, we have a farmers market on the property here in the summertime. Does that preclude that, or do we need to make any provisions for public property farmers markets?
This ordinance would only deal with private commercial property. the public property is allowed by the city granting them the use of the property.
So they wouldn't have to abide by any of this?
This is only private.
Is there any reason not to include public property?
That's a policy decision from council.
Mr. Davidson, is there anything that would disallow? Or
That's up to this council. If you want to include city property, that's fine.
well, city and or public. I think Councilmember Price's is more public property. Am I correct?
Yeah, I just don't want to have two standards of farmers markets necessarily.
Depending on who the public entity is, they might not be subject to our zoning ordinance. So it depends on who you're talking about.
Okay, well, can we have some kind of communication about what public property farmers markets might look like that's different than this, or what the appreciable differences are if we don't include them?
If you're talking about school board property or state property, they're exempt from our zoning ordinance completely. So I don't know what they would look like. But if you're talking about farmers market at City Hall, that's going to be up to
Let's
what
say
this
city
council-
property.
If it's city property, you can determine what you want it to look like as mayor and council.
I would just recommend we include city property so that we have a standard. And the other thing on page 1 of 6, I don't know why we need item B, but that's just things to consider in the ensuing month. And also, I'm not sure whether this banner was to be included in the permit itself, or would this be separate?
Separate.
So what's the difference in that and the current temporary sign?
It specifically identifies the uses of the farmer's market, and that way it is separated from any of the retail or office business establishments within the center that gets their own banners.
Otherwise, it's essentially just a temporary banner. But there would be fewer opportunities for them to use it, right?
No.
In a year?
No. They use it whenever the farmer's market is operating.
So it's a specific banner provision?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilmember DePolito?
Thank you. Mr. Townsend, do we have a set of ordinances, or it's probably more policies, for the use of city property?
I don't know of any.
Mr. Davidson?
City Hall is considered part of the park, so I'm sure the Rec Commission has some policies. If you're looking, I don't know what other properties you would be referring to.
Well, I'm trying to address Councilwoman Price's question. I agree with her that we shouldn't have two standards, but we typically don't put city property in the zoning ordinance. So for consistency's sake, I thought we could include some language in a written policy elsewhere that could reflect back on this and show this as the standard. So when somebody comes in and they want to use city property for a farmer's market, they can refer to these guidelines, but have that policy wherever we have our city property language.
Well, you're going to want to at least clarify it for my sake, because as this text is drafted, it gives me the authorization to issue the license for the farmer's market on the commercial property.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Mr. Townsend, I'm going to have City Administrator Love see if she can help clarify this.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We adopted a resolution related to the use of City Hall a number of years ago, and then when we made the changes in 2009 to the special event permitting process, we folded that and incorporated that in, and there are specifics for use of City Hall related to the types of things that are allowed. That it speaks specifically to rooms inside. However, we have extended that to things outside, such as particular festivals or events. So there is criteria, and it does have an approval process. One of the things that you will see at committee in March are some changes to that. So this is certainly an item that we could incorporate related to use of City Hall and facilities. So we don't treat use of City Hall like the parks. However, that was a separate action by this council that you can undo at any time.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm now opening up to the public. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to weigh in on this subject? Seeing no one, I'm going to close public hearing. Do we have any more comments or a motion? Councilmember?
Move to approve first reading.
There's a motion to approve the first reading. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Price. Any other comments or discussions? All in favor? Unanimous. Now, as Mayor Pro Tem, we're taking a 10-minute break because the next item is going to probably be a long item, and I do not want to have to interrupt anybody's train of thought here. And I think it'll probably help us, since all of us have been up here drinking coffee and water and stretch our legs. So according to the clock in here, at 9:15, we will reconvene. This is the Grove Way. If anybody does want to speak, please, let's line up or something, because this is probably going to be one of our longest ones on the agenda. So please be ready to come up and to speak, either pro, con, comments, however you want to speak on this. I think it would make this process go a lot faster if we could do that. I would appreciate it. Councilmember Diamond, are you ready for this one?
Are we ready? Y'all are talking. This is RZ 1203, the text amendment to approve the Groveway Community Hybrid Form-Based Code. This will be the first reading. Ms. Alice Wakefield.
Good evening. Before we get into the meat of the ordinance, I'm going to give a little history of this project and how we found our way to this first read of the hybrid form-based ordinance. Groveway is one of the oldest communities in the city of Roswell. It's a predominantly African American community. It has several institutional uses, including 2 churches that are well over 100 years old, also the Roswell Housing Authority, the Child Development Association, and not to leave out but City Hall and the City Hall uses. This matter has covered 3 council liaisons to community development, starting with Councilmember DiPolito, Councilmember Price, who was over community development for the bulk of the development of the ordinance, and now Councilmember Diamond. It started back in 2008, basically with the completion of the Roswell Town Center, Atlanta Street Livable Centers Initiative, for LCI, of which Grove Way was within the boundary. In the LCI study, that area is commonly referred to as Arts Village. In February of 2009, the city received an ARC Community Choice Grant, which provides technical assistance to cities. The purpose of this assistance was to build on a conceptual plan by exploring the design elements of the Groveway community through a design charrette. To facilitate this effort, Council appointed a stakeholders committee. That committee at the time was made up of about 22 individuals to work with ARC and staff to design the charrette. The committee worked for approximately 5 months, meeting monthly. The charrette was held September the 24th and the 25th over the 2-day period, where 7 architects and designers volunteered their time to sit with the community and stakeholders to design their vision of the Groveway community. Approximately 30 to 35 individuals attended that charrette over the 2-day period. In November of 2009, ARC completed its report on the charrette. In December, a community meeting was held with the Groveway Community Group to present the findings of the charrette, and approximately 17 members attended. In January, staff and ARC presented the Groveway charrette report to Mayor and Council at committee. The report included 3 possible options: 1, an overlay; 2, design; and 3, a form-based code. At that time, staff was asked to go back to the community to make sure that the community was comfortable with this effort. Before we had the community meeting, the staff received a second ARC Community Choice grant to assist in developing the implementation tool, thus the assistance of ARC to develop this hybrid form-based code. In April 2010, there were 2 community meetings held. The first one was at Pleasant Hill Church, which had approximately 13 residents to attend, and the second was at the Zion Missionary Baptist Church, where 15 to 18 individuals attend. Also in April, staff came back to Mayor and Council to discuss the charrette, the results of the community meeting, and the next step. The 3 options again were presented. The consensus at that time was to pursue a hybrid form-based type of implementation. Because form-based is something that's new to the city of Roswell, staff along with ARC felt that we needed to have further discussion with Mayor and Council to make sure that there was a clear understanding what form-based is and what to expect. In June of 2010 and July of 2010, we had work sessions with Mayor and Council to discuss the particulars of form-based. Again, the consensus was to approve some type of form-based tool, preferably a hybrid. In August of 2010, the Stakeholders Committee was created by Mayor and Council, once again to work with ARC and staff to facilitate the development of the Groveway Hybrid Form-Based Code. This committee worked over a year to create this document. From September of 2010 until October of 2011, the Stakeholder Committee had 12 meetings. These meetings were open to the public. On October the 2011 was the final meeting of the Stakeholder Committee where we received the blessing for the draft document. Again, we went back out to the community, staff and ARC. We had a final community meeting on November the 11th, which we had approximately 25 residents to attend, and I also once again have to thank Mr. Booker Knuckles, committee members, for distributing the flyers throughout the neighborhood. I think that was a great offer of support that he provided staff to do that. We are now moving into the review and the approval process, where in December we went to committee to discuss the hybrid code. The matter was initiated in January. In January there was a discussion at work session, and also in January staff also offered to meet with individual council members regarding the proposal. The matter has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, the DRB, and the HPC, and tonight we're now at first read. I'll turn it over to Brad.
Thank you, Alice. As Alice mentioned, tonight we're here at first reading. Before you this evening is the Groveway Form-Based Code. The way staff is going to make the presentation, during the work session, there were several directives given to staff as to what we wanted change in the community. Staff has worked through this. The document actually, this was the Arts Village concept, which is actually the base for which the Groveway charrette was based upon, and then we took it to renderings. This is a couple of the renderings that were gleaned from the Groveway charrette in dealing with what they felt the design or the character should look like for the community. This is the map that is being utilized. This map adds north of Norcross. This is in your backup material that includes the Fraser Street Apartments, the old Southern Skillet shopping center are included in that location. Let me go to, let's leave that up. The document that staff is going to work from this evening is the December 21st or 2012 draft that was adopted by the Groveway Committee. This was the draft that was reviewed by council at the work session. This draft has been, like Alice mentioned, to the Design Review Board, to the Historic Preservation Commission, and to the Planning Commission. What I'm going to go through is the staff changes in this draft this evening. They're not, well, I know where we'll get to the sticking points and we'll just head right through there. The big request from Mayor and Council was to deal with the conditional uses in the neighborhood mixed-use district. This is page 9 of the document. It is actually pages 9 and 10 of the document. The changes to this are pretty simple. We're adding pharmacy with drive-through as a use which would be permitted. We're adding, there was some question as to a grocery store which would be under the retail use as a permitted use of more than 5,000 square feet. The two uses on this page that staff has remained as conditional are the two automotive uses, the automotive sales establishment as well as the automotive service establishment are still left as conditional uses in this proposed text amendment. On page 10, the one use that is left conditionally deals with the residential neighborhood mixed use, and it is left for when a parking lot or parking deck is the principal structure on the property. It is named as conditional. We're also leaving the institutional residential facility as conditional and the radio, television, offices, studios as conditional. If there's any questions at this time related to the uses or policy direction.
Are there any questions about, okay, Councilmember Diamond?
Mr. Townsend, on the residential side, on in-home caregivers, or I guess the dwellings for caretaker or night watchman, I'm thinking about in Norcross where they've done some similar redevelopment, there's some homes over, like an in-law suite over the garage or some separate thing. Does that?
So you feel that this X would be more appropriate as a permitted or conditional use?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sorry, which one? Dwellings for caretaker or night watchman to make the NR as conditional use. Am I correct, Mr. Townsend?
Is it conditional or permitted?
I was going to say permitted, but I'm open to suggestions.
Well, I think if you do permitted, you want to do permitted on both?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So be permitted on the caretaker or night watchman. That's under residential.
Yes.
Bottom left of the page. Any other comments on the uses? Councilmember Eichelhart.
Back on the commercial side, on the other page, 9. We questioned this before, but it's big box retail. Doesn't that go against the entire effort of what we're trying to do in this area?
I'm sorry, which one?
Big box retail allowing in here. And doesn't seem like that is the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish in this property, or in this.
I think with the form discussion, I mean, they're looking at what is the form of the building. By allowing, up to a 4 to 5 story building, we're going to get larger structures.
Yeah. What is our definition of big box?
This is under the definition section of the zoning ordinance. Big box commercial retail establishments involving sales and services, individual lots of record where individual owners and tenants occupy more than 10,000 square feet.
Okay, so 10,000 square feet is different than 100,000. That's okay. Thanks.
Any other questions on permitted uses? Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you. I am not sure I'm comfortable with making all of the office institutional uses permitted under the neighborhood residential. If you look at the map that we have, there's a very small area that we've allocated to neighborhood residential. I know when this first started it was larger, and there's been a lot of creep, and it's slowly gotten down to about a quarter of the property is actually slated as neighborhood residential. So it would seem to me that area in particular, we would really try to strive to retain the residential character. And I'd rather have those go back to the way the committee originally stated those having to be conditional. Now, there's times and opportunities where it would be appropriate, but I'd hate to see a large portion of that blue area, which we're really trying to push toward residential, have a lot of office and institutional uses. So my recommendation is essentially to go with the committee recommendation to have that all conditional rather than permitted. A couple other comments. Under special uses, cemeteries, I think, ought to be conditioned rather than permitted. Communication towers, are we talking about cell towers? Was that what that would include? What kind of communication tower would we want? I guess, at best I'd put that as a conditional approval. Also, helicopter landing areas. Doesn't it take a pretty large area to land a helicopter? Or I guess you can land one on a roof. But I think that would have a hard time with making that a permitted use as well.
Okay.
And that was the extent of my comment on uses.
Is that it, Mr. DePolito? Or do you have?
Yes, I assume we're making comments as we go along.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, I'm allowing comments as we go.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eberhardt.
I'm not sure this is the best place for it, but on the residential, on both sides, we've got dwellings, multifamily. This is a much bigger discussion, so I'm just going to make the mention so to be thinking of it. Because essentially, we're allowing apartments everywhere throughout here with no input other than once this is approved, it could be all throughout here, any density, any whatever. And so that'll be an ultimate concern at some other point, but I'm just raising that to consider whether permitted should be for whichever one that would fall under, dwellings, multifamily, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from Mr. Townsend on the subject of the permitted uses? I do have one thing on helicopter landing areas. Would that? I'm assuming they would have to have those marked. We wouldn't be like a parking lot or
Right.
whatever unless it's an emergency.
Right.
Am I correct? So would it have to be a helipad, heliport
Right.
type of thing? Okay. Thank you. Any other thing? Okay, Mr. Townsend, would you like to move forward?
Okay. This was the original Groveway identified area. The red, the neighborhood mixed use. The blue, the neighborhood residential. The identified Hyatt Corner visibility streets and primary streets. This is the amended map that includes the area north of Norcross, Atlanta Street, and the Fraser Street apartments on both sides. We are now at page 13 of the draft. A clarification on the chart. Staff would recommend that from the back of sidewalk, dealing with the measurement of the front setback, be changed to property line.
Did you want to go? Can we have him go through them all, then we can come back to that one? And let's finish out the list, and then we can come back on that.
At this location, we'd also scratch the building material utilization of wood siding. There was a comment dealing with the minimum alley width. We'd like to put in a clarification that 20 foot would be a minimum 2 foot two-way alley, and 15 would be a minimum square foot or width of a one-way alley.
Okay, now we'll entertain. Are you finished with that?
Go.
Let's go ahead and do this section first, since we already know
Okay.
we have questions. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. We had a lot of discussion about these setbacks and whether we should have them from the property line, from the back of curb, and like a lot of discussion, and wound up with the back of the sidewalk, actually, which I think is appropriate. Can you explain why you want to change it to property line?
The zoning ordinance is establishing the determination of where you measure things from. By using a back of sidewalk, not knowing where that sidewalk is placed in the right-of-way, has a complete impact as to how that building touches the street, how the pedestrians use the street, and how that impact would be either pushed farther into the lot or up closer to the street. The way our current zoning ordinance is drafted and the way I get to implement it, a property front setback is always measured from the property line in. Those property lines are set by how much right-of-way the city is determining we want for the streets. This particular area the right-of-ways of these streets are very diverse. I mean, from 60 foot on Hill Street to 35 back on Myrtle. So unless the city is going to establish a minimum right-of-way and then require dedication or condemnation of that to get a proper street width, it's always going to be zigging and zagging as to when that development comes in. The front property lines is the current established road right-of-way line is the same location. Whether the sidewalk moves in or out, what if they decide to put the sidewalk on the other side of the street? Where do I measure from? And that's why consistent property line is the determination in which I get to enforce what they bring in as code-wise.
I understand your dilemma, However, all of these setbacks were based on the assumption that we were using backup sidewalks. So I think it really changes the whole thing. And I know that was part of the issue that we had, and part of the discussion we had was how do we determine that, because the property line will move, and we finally decided we want a certain dimension for the sidewalk and we want a certain face of curb, and we want the building to be a certain distance from there. So I think this is a huge change. This is a very significant change. I don't think it's just something we just strike through and we just say it's kind of a wording, it's easier to measure. It can have a major impact on the way this looks, and I think we really need to look through that. Especially if you're going to have storefront at 0 feet to the property line. Well, if the property line's the right-of-way, couldn't that theoretically be right where the street is?
Yes.
So you could have no sidewalk, you have a curb, and then you have a face of the building.
The sidewalk's in the right-of-way.
I'm saying if the right-of-way is really narrow and the street is built to the edge of the right-of-way, in theory, the building could be right next to the road.
Right, because you've allowed at least a 0 setback from the front.
Hence the problem. So I think
which could be the same.
We just need to think through that. I understand your concern in wanting to measure it off the property line, but I think we really need to think about how does that impact the streetscape. That was one of the comments that one of the architects that reviewed this made, that we really need to think about the streetscapes for each of these streets. And you're right, each of them is different. Some of them have 60-foot right-of-ways, some of them have 35-foot right-of-ways. So they're all different. And we really need to get down into the weeds and start to figure this out, because we want those the most important element of this is the streetscape. How's that going to look?
Which I don't. Right, I agree.
So I think we're on the same page. I mean, I understand your issue, but I don't think that's a simple fix.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this?
Actually, I had other comments. I'm sorry.
Okay, go.
On the wood siding, I understand the need to not, or the desire not to have wood siding, but there probably are cases where that would be appropriate, especially if we have a lot of residential. Mm-hmm. And I think as an accent, wood siding could be used very effectively. I've actually even seen it used in commercial applications where it looks great. Okay. As an accent material, and maybe that's how we distinguish that. It's not a primary material, but it's used as an accent to for design elements. And then getting back to my sidewalk discussion, which I'm very passionate about. On page 14, we talk about a minimum, and it refers to the Roswell zoning ordinance. And I'm concerned about our minimum sidewalk being only 5 feet. I think that will be a tremendous mistake for this community, and I think that we need to have at least 10 feet, and whether that doesn't all have to be passable. If we have a 10-foot sidewalk and you have 10 feet at least from the curb to the face of the building, as long as you have 5 feet to get by, then at least you can have 5 feet for a cafe or landscaping or something. But to have a building 5 feet or less that's potentially 4 or 5 stories from the street, I think would be detrimental to what we're trying to accomplish here. Maybe on some of the narrow alleys, but other than that.
The reference to the table is a table I've put on the screen that talks about when you have particular right-of-way widths, how that right-of-way was to be designed. This table was drafted and included in the Midtown section, and I directed ARC to utilize that because this was at least a standard of understanding how that right-of-way would be utilized if that's in front of the development. And it did allow a minimum of 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the street, at least on one. 40-foot would have at least one. The other would have at least 2 5-foot sidewalks, as well as talks about planting strips, which I think is trying to set the streetscape
criteria with the cross-section that's permitted.
I think one of the things that's missing from this is how this table that we're talking about ties into the table that you have shown here, and how that streetscape looks. Because unless I'm missing something, I can't understand that from this table, that we have planting strips. So I think that's a point of clarity. Unless I'm missing it.
This is the reference to the table, 12.3.5, for minimum standards for sidewalks.
So within that portion of the zoning ordinance, we also have a 5 or 6 foot landscape strip.
When you have local streets with rights-of-ways from 40, 45, 50, 55, and 60, it talks about the pavement widths, travel lanes, and if the applicant chooses parking lanes widths on a 50 or 55 foot, it could have an 8-foot parking lane.
All right, so in Groveway, where we have a 22-foot street, which is probably more typical, I would say, in that area, we have 2 travel lanes of 11 feet each.
Yep.
We don't have any parking. We have a 5-foot sidewalk. Now, where does that go? Does that go on the other side of the right-of-way?
Each side of the right-of-way has a planting strip of one.
So is that in the right-of-way or that's outside the right-of-way?
Inside the right-of-way.
Okay. And then we have a required 6-foot planting strip?
Yes, between the edge of pavement and the sidewalk.
Okay, so if I had a building with a restaurant and I wanted to have a cafe out front, say it's 5 feet deep, would it have to be, I'd have to have a 5-foot sidewalk, I'm sorry, I'd have to have a 6-foot planting strip, a 5-foot sidewalk, then my cafe, then my building. See, that was one of the issues that came up during the committee discussion, was if we use the City of Roswell standards in commercial applications, they don't necessarily work. They work fine for residential because it's nice to have that 6-foot landscape strip, and it's good to have the sidewalk. But in a commercial application, you may have a tree, but you don't necessarily have a landscape strip, and you don't necessarily want that. You may rather have, like we have on Canton Street, you have cafes, you have an occasional tree, you have sidewalk. So, there again, I think we're trying to use current zoning in an application that is completely different. This form-based code is a whole different animal. So I think trying to tie it to our existing zoning, I think it's not going to work. We need to look individually at each streetscape and figure out how that's going to look.
Okay.
Any other comments? Councilmember Lockhart?
Thanks. On the same line, because that was part of the discussion, I thought, in the committees and others as well, as that building gets taller, and Luke can probably address this at some point, that sidewalk needs to be wider. And certainly it seemed like in the discussion, in the drawings, in the places I've been that are like this with 5-6-story buildings, you've got much more than a 5-foot sidewalk. And if we are trying to encourage that movement and that feel and all those things along with that, that seems to me like be the first part, regardless of what, maybe this is where Rich is going, but regardless of whatever that requirement is on this piece of paper, it needs to look, that's what we keep talking about, the form base. It's got to have that look, and it's got to have that feel of safety and being able to walk bunch of people going either way and all the things going on. You can't do that in a 5-foot sidewalk. Go out on Canton Street and find that out. But that's the question, I guess. Is that not what we're trying to accomplish in these?
Yes, what we're trying to accomplish related to the form-based code is to determine the look, feel, and intensity of what they're going to put on the private property. I think what we're melding into this, how do we develop our standard cross-section for the right-of-way? And how does that right-of-way cross-section interact to what we're requiring of the form within the private property?
Right, and that's the hard part, but you've got to, no matter what, you've got to have that stuff set, road, large sidewalk, things, buildings, wherever that line is, and I realize that's what you're trying to figure out, but don't set us up with something that doesn't give us that. And that's the key.
Any other questions on this table? Councilmember Orleans?
I'm not going to beat it to death, Brad, but I kind of agree. Just we really need to look at this because we don't want to end up with. I mean, the intent is to open this up for pedestrians, not to keep it narrow, something close going up. So.
Right. What I'm hearing from council is the location of where we measure from the property line is an issue. The identification of the public right-of-way and how it is utilized by cars as well as pedestrians, and how that interacts with where we measure where they're going to put their building, as well as whether that interaction is either pedestrian also, plazas, sidewalk cafes, other public uses interacting with the public right-of-way and the private property. They get that?
Is that pretty much Councilmember Depolito?
Yeah, let me also add that the committee did a great job with this, and I feel like I'm hammering on this, and I know there's a lot of folks in the audience that have worked extremely hard on this, and I want to recognize the fact that there were a lot of people who did work hard, and we absolutely appreciate all that effort. And a lot of these things that we're talking about now that I'm bringing up, we actually had a lot of very good dialogue on, and I think there was a sense that we had to accomplish that. I think we just hadn't quite gotten there yet, so we still have more work to do to accomplish that. But we did have that dialogue, and the committee as a whole recognized those issues. It just didn't quite get it resolved yet on paper, I don't think.
Well, I think there's some of the dynamic related to if it is a residentially dominated street, how do we want that to feel as compared to it's now going to be urbanized in some manner, and how does that interact with the street? And if there is a desire to take the scale of a Canton, we don't want to. That Canton is going to be hard to replicate anywhere, but where is some of that feel of Canton to this location, and how is the right-of-way and the buildings going to interact together?
Councilmember Diamond?
My comment doesn't have any math involved, so you can take a break on that. On the page 13, the common yard on frontage types, we allowed it in the residential. Can you refresh my memory of why it's not permitted in the mixed use?
Where was that?
The 12.4.114 frontage types, there's a common yard. That would almost seem like an opportunity to do a pocket park of some kind. I'm wondering why that's not permitted, or if we can make it permitted if we don't have.
I don't recall the discussion about that.
I'd like to add that if that's
okay.
So you'd like to change to have a common yard as permitted? Okay. Councilmember Orleans? Do you have your hand up to ask a question? It's okay. Any other questions on this table? Okay, Mr. Townsend, if you'd like to move forward, please.
Thank you. This is page 15, we're striking through the word density because it's not even referenced. This is dealing with the height. The fourth paragraph talks about measuring. I'm sure this was a lot of other discussion in the committee in dealing with this. But this is also a current change from our zoning code as to how we measure height. It's measured to the grade, finished grade, to the midpoint of the eaves and the peak of the roof. That's how our current definition is, so staff would recommend this language be deleted because it is conflicting. But it is council's pleasure as to how we implement it.
Okay, so you want to delete the fourth
paragraph.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph, the one that says portions of, or the height shall be. Okay, got you.
Yes.
Councilmember Diamond, would anyone like to discuss that? Deletion of. Councilmember Dip Leader.
Well, I never understood why he did to the midpoint of the roof in the first place, so I'm not a fan of the existing ordinance. To me, it ought to be to either the eave line or to the top of the roof. I mean, it's one or the other. So, and once again, I think the discussion on this was the height, which I don't necessarily agree is the correct height, but the height was established based on the eave. So the committee said, here's the height that we think is appropriate based on that. So if you're changing that, then that changes the overall height of the buildings. And once again,
right, that's
that
where the
has
big discussion.
Repercussions that we need to look at, see what the appropriate height is.
Okay.
So, but I don't think we necessarily need to follow the definition in the ordinance as long as we have it clearly defined on how we're measuring it here within this code.
Okay.
Councilmember Ordonance?
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw a lot of conversation, discussion about that measurement and suggestions where to go top of the building. So explain then how we're going to do it with what you want to adjust to it.
That simple drawing is the definition that we currently have in our zoning ordinance that talks about from the midpoint between the peak and the eaves, that is the height that's allowed to the finished grade.
Okay, for everybody's benefit, explain on your example how this says it here.
The language that I've struck through indicates the height shall be measured from finished grade along the base of the building to the top of the cornice, parapet, or eave line of a peak roof. This is the eave line. This is the finished grade.
Any other questions on that? Councilmember Price?
Yeah, just to clarify, so the numbers we have sort of recommended going forth with this have included the definition that you just struck. Is that correct?
The draft ordinance has language that would change the current definition, yes.
No, I'm saying when we went through this and established maximum heights, we were using this definition.
Yes.
So by striking it, we would make buildings taller.
Shorter.
No, because our maximum is now moved up. If we were using a lower, we would effectively, if we didn't change the numbers in here, we'd end up with taller buildings. Am I backwards? I don't think so. I'll think about it just a minute.
It would be the same for a flat roof cornice, and it would be shorter for an eave with a pitched roof. No, I think I'm backwards. Dang. Yes.
Councilmember Price, I'm going to interject. Exactly what are you trying to get, so maybe we can get to the gist of what's happening here? Are you trying to find out if we have...
I'm just saying that the maximum numbers we have picked have been based on a lower standard of defining height. Therefore, if we strike that and use our current definition, we'll end up with taller buildings.
Well, in the dimensions of 66 feet, you're either going to have your dimensions drawn on that left side, 66 feet to there, so the taller roof will give you more height than if you do the 66 feet on the right side.
Yeah.
In your picture.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Right.
Councilmember Price, does that help you out?
It helps me just fine, but was that our intent, to make taller buildings at the last minute?
Shorter buildings.
It'd be shorter buildings. This is what I'm hearing. It'd be shorter buildings. And I don't know, Councilmember Dippolito, since you're an architect builder, is there a way that we can explain this a little bit clearer? Or did Brad do a pretty good job?
My point was that the 66 feet was derived based on the eave. So if we change that, then we need to rethink our numbers because we're then changing the original intent, assuming we are okay with the 66 feet. So I think the first thing to come up with is how tall do we want the buildings, and we can figure out how to measure it.
Okay, that would be the second paragraph, correct? 1 story or 18 feet in height, metric 66 feet? Okay. I'm just trying to find out how to get there.
Okay.
And I think what we might want to do is wait till, let's kind of absorb that a little bit. Let's keep on moving, and maybe somebody out in the audience, so I can see a couple of people might be able to help us out on that.
Okay.
So let's go to the next page, sir.
The next page that really hasn't been discussed as of yet is page 29, which deals with workforce housing. It's probably the next large issue that I have. The language that we received from the Housing Authority and tried to establish some standard for workforce housing was 50 or more units, set aside 25% for workforce housing. There was a comment that we received from the mayor on Friday dealing with the last paragraph, which talked about making it voluntary for the developer to do this development, which would be changing the may to shall. Shall to may.
Any comments on this section? I'm going to give him about a couple of minutes just to look at this before we move forward. Could you get that up for me, please? I'm writing what to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, is there any comments on the workforce housing section? Councilmember Orleans?
I'm sorry. What are you trying to do with the may instead of the shall? I mean, either way, it's going to be determined.
Right.
So
It's basically to make it the provision of voluntary provision, which has been the intent all along. That it's not something that we're asking be required. So the mayor felt that it would probably read better if we say may instead of shall.
Okay, well, going back and reading all this whole page right now, I mean, that's the intent is we were trying to move somewhat in this direction. So I guess then how voluntary do we want to make it? We'll leave it. It's first reading, so it's okay.
I think that might be a rhetorical question. Councilmember Diamond, did you have a comment?
I was just going to comment that it was basically saying that the incentives for developers will happen, and we have not even begun to discuss any potential of that, so we just left it open, so we weren't committed right off the bat.
Any other questions or comments on workforce housing? Okay. Next one, Mr. Townsend.
Okay. I think all of them that comments have been made are the same comments related to measuring from the property line. The height issues are the same issues that we have in the neighborhood mixed use, are the same comments and issues we have in the residential neighborhood residential district. So we just need to choose one and we'll go forward with that.
Okay. Is that finishing your presentation?
Yes.
Then I'm going to have Mr. Davidson read the ordinance as this is a first reading.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 12 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance. Now, therefore, pursuant to their authority, the mayor and city council adopt the following ordinance. Chapter 12 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Roswell is hereby amended by adding Section 12.4 to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. I'm going to ask council, I think we kind of already had our comments, so I'm going to open this up to a public hearing, but I'm going to do it a little differently tonight. What I'd like to do is set how we're going to have the speakers. The first speakers would be a group or somebody who's representing a group. The second one would be individuals. The third will be our Groveway community or persons who sat on the Groveway committee. I would like that group to be the last ones to speak so we can hear exactly what they have to say. So right now, the first person I'd like to hear from is anybody who's representing a group other than Groveway. Please state your name, even though we know you, Dan. State your name and your address, please.
Sure.
And the group that you are representing.
Sure, thank you. My name is Dan Pyle, and I live at 970 Pine Grove Point Drive, Roswell, Georgia. I've been a resident for 26 years. I'm representing the Housing Authority. I chair the Housing Authority, which is a wonderful opportunity to serve. I have to admit that, Councilman DiPolito, your comments about appreciating our work, we didn't do it for that. This is an enormous opportunity, and it's a game changer. It'll transform this whole community. I simply want to say that we brought you an exciting product. We worked laboriously for well over 2 years, some of us up to 4 years. I'm proud to say that this project, it has a social conscience. And I think it's important as we consider the future of this community that we also recognize that we're going to be defined by how we serve and plan for those less than us. That includes housing authority residents, workforce housing, and obviously the mixed use and the market rate housing. The whole mix is what makes a community vibrant. So as we think forward, I hope you be mindful that this project truly has a social conscience that we should be proud of. I want to add that it was inclusive and intentionally diverse, representing all segments of the community. We were transparent. There were numerous opportunities for people to come, view, make comments, give feedback. We listened. Our process was very mindful of some of the historic concerns that you've had to face as we consider future developments. And I'm just proud to tell you that we believe this is a transformational project. And I know it's going to go through some iterations. It'll go through some debate. It's all important. I just ask that you be mindful of the work that's been in and that the changes are improvements, but do not dilute the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Is there anybody else representing the group? Okay, then I'm going to open up the floor for any individual who would like to speak. Again, other than the Groveway Committee or community, I'd like to hear from them last. So, Mr. Oliver? And if you want to speak, come on, sit at the front pew and make sure that you have a speaker's card.
Lou Oliver, 880 Marietta Highway, Roswell. I've been a resident of Roswell about 18 years. I've been involved in numerous charrettes here, sat on HPCs in Historic Roswell Alliance, presently numerous groups. I'm an urban planner with experience in over 50 worldwide charrettes involving form-based codes. This form-based code is going to allow for the creation of a true community that will allow maximum flexibility in relating to market forces. It'll also reintegrate a really wonderful historic neighborhood. I think if we had had this form-based code in Roswell 20 years ago, we would have seen a lot more progress by now. We have seen it come, though, and it's been very good for the most part in the historic district. A lot of the projects I've been involved in, I would say the majority, we can claim conservatively that we get 20% premiums on real estate, apples to apples, compared to conventional suburban development. So I'm very excited to see this possibility evolve. I do think the code needs a little bit of tweaking here and there. I'm available for any of you to talk to about that. Regarding the street section, the streets, I think simple street sections that would outline sidewalks, width, parking, arcade conditions. As Mr. Dippolito said, not a planting strip in the commercial, but trees in tree wells and rectangles can be used. Also, trees where we don't have a wide right-of-way, we can do trees in lieu of parallel parking, as in 3 spaces, 1 tree, 3 spaces, 1 tree. So it's not a strip concept. It's much more responsive to what we have here. So anyway, congratulations. I'm glad we're at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Mr. Mills?
Ralph Mills, and I know it's late and it's really been a long night, but I kind of represent the stakeholders here, but I'd like to begin by saying that there's a lot of people here tonight, and as you know, setting up there every month, it's difficult to get people to come unless they have a good, strong belief. So I would like for the people that have been involved in this project for way over 2 years to just stand up and show council who has been here. And quickly, when Alice first came, Ms. Wakefield first came and stated that this was going to happen, we had just come off the project down at the square. And I have to be honest with you, I was not just not impressed, I was very cynical about this project. And I really did not believe that anything real would happen. And I have to say that it has been 100% the opposite. I think there is, as you can see, these people are not casual visitors. They're not just people that live in Roswell and do nothing. These are people that are here very active in the community. And it has been, there's been outside experts, inside experts, people who have been here all their lives, people who have done nothing but work in Roswell all their lives. And again, as a community, as a group, with the leadership of staff and the council and all, again, the experts both within and without, we have something. We're going to Greenville in a month to look at another city. This is an opportunity to put something in Roswell that they will be coming to visit us with. We don't have to go away anymore. And it really, I don't know that there's really another area of Roswell that can be as impacting as this can, as to be as positive. We have a gentleman in the back that represents the Young 30 group. The kids that were here tonight as the high school group, their little project was a city of the future of 150 years away. You know, I've been there for 15 years. I picked up syringes out of my parking lot. You know, I've run drunks off. You know, Greg Solheim has bought 2 sets of apartments and come in here and cleaned up the area. Incredible amount. We can't stay the same. We're either going to go forward or we're going to go backwards. We can't stay the same. And so I ask each and every one of you, when you don't let the fear of what was. Yes, we've got an incredible apartment complex blight in Roswell. But that was then, and this is now. It's a whole new way of thinking. The people want a new product. They want something different. And we have something here that nowhere else in all 27 counties cannot replicate what we've got here. And this opportunity is from the heart. It's from the head. It's not a by the seat of your pants effort. This was a lot of dedicated time and effort and belief. So thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Mr. Carbo. Lisa, did you want to speak? I'm sorry, you're used to me saying Lisa, so.
Yes, Lisa DeCarbo, 130 South Shore Court. I'm a member of the Planning Commission. I would say that this is a wonderful move forward. I think going to the form-based zoning and doing it as a hybrid so that we still do address the use issues is very, very important. And not to belabor the point, but I do think the streetscape issue in determining that is probably the single most important design issue to resolve here. I would like to see some better illustrations. I would like to see better use of materials. I'd like to see a little more integration as the consultants with Community Concepts talked about, tying it in with the historic district. I think there are a couple things that have not been addressed there. The last time that I had looked at the historic planning or Historic Preservation Committee minutes, there was still an outstanding question as to the areas within this district that are under HPC, whether those height requirements, which I believe are 3 stories and 30 or 32 feet, if those would govern in those portions of the district, or if it would go up to the 5 stories and 66 feet. Has that been resolved?
Let's go ahead. If you don't mind, let's just go ahead and get that, that answered. Mr.
If the council adopts this the way it is, this will trump the HPC, and this will, they'll be able to develop under this.
They'll be able to do this as an overlay, so they'll be able to put more stories on.
Yes.
So it can go to 66 and then an additional 10 for the dormers and what have you.
However they decide.
Well, that's how it's written as is right
now. That's exactly right, as it's written now.
As it's written now. And just to consider some of the details that do have to be massaged here, think about on some of the more narrow streets like, say, Myrtle, where you do have only, say, a 35-foot right-of-way. What you're going to have is potentially 2 76-foot story buildings 35 feet apart. It makes for a very narrow. If someone comes up to the sidewalk with storefront on both sides, it's going to make for a very narrow, slightly uncomfortable feeling. I just want to make sure that we really are going from the vision everyone's got to something that incorporates that vision and can really make it. Another example would be the streetscape, the street section along Oak. One of the things that I saw on the Arts Village map is the addition of a bikeway. I think that's wonderfully appropriate leading back to Waller Park, but I don't see it, it would have to be worked into the right way in just the right way to get that to really happen. One of the other comments that I had seen from Design Review Board, a couple members there, they had concerns that some of the articulation that was happening at that ground story was in good scale when you look at the illustrations, but the illustrations are only for 2 or maybe 3-story buildings. Once you make something 5 stories much higher, the depth of what you're doing there, the amount of articulation, is not going to give you the look that you're expecting. It's going to be a big wall. I think Roberto expressed some of those concerns, and I think those are still valid. As Community Concepts said, we do need a lot more work on the examples and the definition of the buildings, the building materials, and the detailing. The other question I had, I understand that I know apartments are a very heavy market-driven use right now, but I just want to share with you, Planning Commission, we did go on a training last week for our new role, since I'm a new member of the Planning Commission, and some of the data that was coming out of ARC is that although right now the apartment market is the most active, what they expect to happen is with Gen Y, the people that we're probably looking at as key owners in this area, residents of this area, they're going to start buying. They're going to be looking for owner-occupied units as early as 2015, and that demand will peak around 2020. So I'm just thinking, if we're going forward, maybe going more than 25% apartments is not the best long-term solution. It might be great for the next 5 years, but maybe not too much farther down the road. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carbo. Ms. Wininski?
Again, Paula Winisky, 120 Buckthorn Court. Lisa has articulated a number of things that are of concern to me. I think if I had to summarize my thoughts, I'd like to say that the charrette and the results of the charrette are phenomenal. I mean, it's just the most amazing document, and you can see through the history of producing that document that a lot of thought and man hours and love of the community went into that. And my concern is, will that be translated properly by the document that we're now considering tonight? In the Groveway charrette documents, page after page and picture after picture mentions a 2 to 3 story height, a cottage feel, a pedestrian feel. But the document brings us into 5-story buildings with a possibility of additional height that will give a look of 5-story plus. Sometimes I think the word 5-story just kind of sounds innocuous, but if you think about Alpharetta and their buildings in Alpharetta, kind of take yourself over to the mall, those buildings there are 5 and 6 stories, the big office buildings. That's what 5 stories is. Those 5-story buildings have lots of open space around them. They're not right up to the street. So try to kind of, in your mind, move those up to the street, and it will give you a visual of what we have kind of moved away from the original document that the charrette produced. The charrette wanted to have a pedestrian-friendly development, and I'm afraid they might literally be overshadowed by buildings that tall and that close together. I'm also concerned about the requirements for open space, or the word is open space. There is no green space requirement. Open space may lead you to believe that there's some green areas involved, but open space by definition is anything that's not the building. So of that 10% that's currently required, 5% can be parking lots and sidewalks. So now you're down to 5%, and that remaining 5% can be hardscape. So I don't know that we're asking as much of our development as we should to produce those wonderful pictures and those wonderful thoughts that are in the charrette document. We also, now that this is something that I have questions about, because we can no longer use square footages and the size of an apartment, but we don't know what size these apartments are going to be. We have no way of really gauging what densities we're talking about here. It could be a 500 square foot apartment or a 1,200 square foot apartment. So we need to think about that also, because now we've got a lot of infrastructure issues coming to play depending on what those densities might produce. dense apartment development has contributed to a number of serious problems in Roswell, and I think we need to be very vigilant about these kinds of developments and their unintended consequences. And I know there has to be some apartment development in here. Mr. Carbo mentioned, maybe we should talk about percentages, but then I'm not sure we can do that in form-based. But there has to be some thought about what we're producing here. I'm thinking, too, that the requirements and guidelines are going to require a great deal of expertise from our staff because they're going to have to be reviewing this for its adherence to the guidelines. And so one of the questions I have, and it doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I was wondering if we were planning to add, staff with the expertise to do that. Are we going to outsource that kind of review process? I think that's something we need to think about. One last thing about the apartments, and Councilman Aguilar brought it up earlier, what we have with not putting any conditional uses on apartments is it can go everywhere, all over the entire area. So we don't really have any restrictions on that. There's one tiny little thing, I'm looking at my notes here, it may have been fixed. It said private elementary, middle, and high schools under uses are listed as conditional in residential on one list and then not permitted under the special uses list. I don't know if that got straightened out when you were doing the C's, the conditionals, and what happened there. Conservation areas, I was wondering why and this may have changed tonight since we had the C changes. Conservation areas are a permitted use in the mixed use district, but they're only a conditional use in the neighborhood residential district. I think photographs. I think we really need to upgrade those photographs so we set a higher standard for anyone who's looking at that. The Grovroy charrette illustrations, I know, are just drawings, but they're powerful and well done. I think some of the choices need to be upgraded to make that the best it can be. And I think everything else is minor. There was a graphic that was produced, I'm not sure at whose request, but it came in the supporting documentation in your packets that showed worst case scenario if you allowed these 5-story buildings at the highest that they can be, and you're looking at something like that. So we got to be really careful of how we proceed. Again, I'm here because I love the charrette results, and I hope it happens, and I think there's a lot of potential here as long as we keep an eye on the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swiniski. Mr. Townsend, would you like to, do you have an answer for Ms. Swiniski's questions on the conditional uses versus non? I think one was on the schools, and the other one was on conservation easement, conservation.
We struck them from the special uses and just had them in the office institutional and made them permitted in all those locations. And the conservation area was made permitted in the residential.
Okay, great. Mr. Tollison.
Good evening. Center seat suits you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm coming tonight to offer both a word of support and a note of caution, kind of variations on a theme here. As many of you know, Lou knows and Dan knows, I brought this forward as City Hall East back in the day. I think this is a great area that offers many, many, many opportunities to the city, to the community. Of course, great care has to be taken for the residents, and I know everyone is mindful of that. And there's just so much that can be done here that can't be done anywhere else with an impact that won't be found anywhere else. My note of caution is, again, variations on the theme you've already heard, which is the devil's in the details. And when we first started talking about it, we were talking about senior cottages, near the library, near the Cultural Arts Center. We were talking about 2-3-story buildings. When you're looking at coming out of Oak Street Cafe and there's a 5-story building of the height that you see over by North Point, that gives you pause to think. When you're talking about apartments that could go everywhere, there may be need for certain types of housing. I would not be want to be the one that goes to the Roswell High PTA and say we need more apartments in this school zone. If you do that, I caution you to talk about how you're going to take apartments out elsewhere, such as the Northwest Quadrant and beyond. Because the fact of the matter is, and I keep hearing this bandied about, well, apartments are selling now, and we have a need for those. North Fulton as a whole perhaps does have a need for it. Roswell and Sandy Springs really don't. We're near a tipping point, particularly with our schools. In the past, we've talked about having too much retail, having too many apartments, and it's come up, because of changes in traffic patterns and living patterns and shopping patterns. Some of the things we have are just in the wrong place, and I understand that. If you move things around, just remember you need to take them away somewhere else. You don't want to overload us further. Milton needs apartments. Johns Creek needs apartments. We don't need any more apartments unless you're changing the stock as a whole, because we're having serious impacts on our city. But again, it's a great project. You're headed in the right direction. I appreciate all the work that's been done by members of the community, members of the council, members of the staff, going in the right direction. But again, the devil's really in the details, and I don't want you in a hurry. And I know I can say it's been a hurry since it's taken so much time. But to adopt things that later you go, the point about the open space as opposed to green space, I think there was a mention of Pocket Park. I think that's what people have in mind. Some of the lower heights, the wider sidewalks, these things all need to be captured in there before the second reading. And so I would caution you to do that. Also, it's my understanding that the Housing Authority has a grant application deadline that they would like to meet. I would encourage you not to rush this entire plan just to meet that when there are probably existing zoning codes or other ways to help the Housing Authority meet what they need to meet, because nobody wants to hold this up. We want you to get it right. So there may be other ways to get the Housing Authority what they need to move forward in an expeditious manner while buying you a little more time if you feel like you need it on the details. So again, you're on the right path. Just be careful with the details.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And Mr. Schmidt, did you want a few words? And then I know if we can make sure, because I can see Reverend Lewis and Gail over there probably wants to say something real quick.
Great. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Dave Schmidt. I reside at 12660 Silver Fox Court here in Roswell. I really wanted to speak to you as my role as chairman of the comprehensive plan. That's really the part of this is I got a little bit involved in watching the movement of Grove Way, but mostly in the way that the master plan of Roswell, our comprehensive plan for 2030, looked at a number of different areas in the city. And the whole notion of what's happening in and around this central core, Canton Street, Highway 9, the Gateway, Grove Way, there's a tremendous amount of activity that is happening right here. And I want to encourage that, and the mayor said this so well in his State of the Roswell address, that in all the time he's been in Roswell and all the time he can remember prior to that this has been the most active time we've had as a city in being proactive about making positive moves for the city. And we've talked about, I've been a 20-year resident here in Roswell, we've talked about redevelopment through many councils and many folks out in the community, and it's been very, very difficult to try and chase that animal down, and it's gotten away from us in a lot of cases. And I'm encouraged by the form-based code coming in as one of many tools that it can make a difference in trying to deal with redevelopment. I've heard a lot of comments, and as I hear them about the issue of how you develop in a suburban environment versus an urban environment, and I say urban not to think big city, but just the situation where buildings are a little bit closer to the street, pedestrian feel is an important aspect of that there are things to be understood there, and I applaud all the comments about quality of the buildings, quality of the streetscape, quality of the public places. We do have to get that right. right. We do have to get it right because it's near our grounds of City Hall. It's close walking distance to Canton Street, our jewel of our city. And there's other aspects that are going to play off this. And so I speak to you from the standpoint of the comprehensive plan and seeing the number of things that are being put forward, that this is one good tool from the form-based code that can I think, find its way to other places in which we have to deal with redevelopment. So anyway, I applaud that. I'm certainly in support of it and would encourage you to move forward with the comment that we do have to get the details right, and I think there are a lot of people in this room ready to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Okay, is there anybody that's individual that's not with the Groveway community or the Groveway committee? Okay, then I'm going to have anyone who is from the Groveway community come speak. Gail Bohannon, Reverend Lewis. Don't be shy. Who would like to come and speak for Groveway? Reverend Lewis. We can have more than one, so we'll let you go first, Reverend Lewis.
My name is Frank Lewis. I reside at 547 Drive here in Roswell, Georgia. Been a resident of Roswell since 1986. I want to ask Gail Bohannon to come and speak on behalf of our community.
Ms. Bohannon?
But I do want to say to this committee that the apartments are a must for this community, because Jesus says the poor you have with you always, so we can't negate the fact that we need additional housing for poor people to live in this community. So I want to ask Gail Bohannon to come and speak on behalf of the Groveway Community Group.
Thank you, Reverend Lewis.
Thank you.
Gail Bohannon, you have just been volunteered to come speak. And Reverend Lewis, I hate to do this to you, but I do need a speaker's card filled out, even though we all know you and love you. Oh, yeah, you've been voluntold. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gail Bohannon, and I reside at 736 Bush Street, and I have been there exactly 59 years. And I want to say that I've served on the committee for the Groveway Charrette for the entirety, and there has been a lot of discussions, hopefully good discussions, and there has been some controversy. And my biggest issue, as Tollison said before, we started off when we was talking about places for more of senior people to kind of live and get older and have the care and all that stuff. And that's a passion of mine, is senior care, because we are just a few years before having that senior care, so we need to start doing a lot of that, providing for us to live affordably. And also the committee, like I said, we worked hard, and I just hate that we waited until tonight to bring up some of the issues that we are talking about tonight, because we have had open meetings, and I haven't seen a lot of the council at some of those meetings, and that's a big regret, because if you care about your entire city, you would be at some of those meetings, helping make some of those plans. And at this time, I'm going to ask Antoinette to come and talk on behalf of the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Ms. Bohannon. Gail, I do need for you to, even though we, again, know you and love you, you've got to do a speaker's card. And I do want to say I really appreciate y'all's patience, because it's we still have about another 8 or 10 items to go through, so we do appreciate your patience. Name and address, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Antoinette Singh. I reside at 203 Grove Place, apartment 55, Roswell 30075. I am a resident of the Roswell Housing Authority, and it is my honor and pleasure to stand before you this evening, one and all. I have participated in various stages of the charrette, but as a resident of the Roswell community that happens to be a disabled individual, a little bit over 55, but certainly a baby boomer and going towards senior citizenship, it is crucial that we understand the demographic of our community, which goes from one extreme to the other. But the most important thing is that we are able to work together to accomplish whatever the goal is for the future development of the city of Roswell, especially this area here, which is definitely the treasure of the community. When you have City Hall, you have the mayor's office, you have the police department, the Cultural Arts Center, you have Soka and Canton Street merchants all in the same radius, then we know that the redevelopment is there's only a matter of time. But what is most important to me, and I'm sure most of those who reside in the public housing, is the transition to where do we go as this process unfolds. I don't know if it's going to happen in one fell swoop, that everything is raised at one time, or if it is done in various stages so that everyone is not displaced at the same time. There are people in our community with young children who send their children to school every day, who wait for their children to arrive safely from the school bus. Certainly they have different needs with regard to relocation than someone like myself, who, like I said, is 55 plus. And so as we begin to seriously undertake the development process of this with regard to the city planning and whatever the City of Roswell 2030, 2050 city plan is that my hope would be that the community really comes together in the various economic facets, the various isms, the various these, them, and those, so that when we begin to discuss the needs of those that are being displaced, it is honest and genuine dialogue, and that there's no faking going on in this house. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else from the Groveway community who would like to speak?
Ms. Nguyen, can we have somebody from the Housing Authority address her question about displacement?
Sure can. Is Scott here? Who's here? Dan Powell? Dan, do you want to? Or is Scott here? Annette, she had a good question about relocation when any of these projects are going to start, and so we'll just have Scott from, and I will murder your last name if I try to say it.
Scott Mosley, 908 Myrtle Street, Director of the Housing Authority as well, and I have a card in my place. We're governed by HUD regulations to take care of relocation efforts for anybody that is temporarily or permanently displaced by some type of a revitalization. In fact, I had a visit from our field representative last week, Sue Brooks from Atlanta, who they're excited about the project that we're beginning. It will be, our efforts will be done in several phases, so to minimize displacement. Anything that we develop, first opportunity has to be for people to come back that were displaced, but it's their choice. We're doing things in cooperation with North Fulton County, where somebody might get temporary vouchers to relocate temporarily, but not have a rent burden during that process, but that it would have first opportunity to come back to the deep subsidy units that we would put back on the market in conjunction with market rate and other tax credit units.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to, unless there's someone else, I'm going to go ahead and, if there's anyone else who wants to speak, please come forward now, because it's going to be a late night.
Sorry.
Of course.
Last minute decision. My name is Donna O'Berry. I live at 2100 Constitution Court, which is Liberty Townhomes and Lofts. But my husband and I own a piece of property on Myrtle Street that we would like to retire in one day. And I have a question because, and this is wonderful. I'm so excited about this, I can hardly stand it. But I do have a question because we seem to talk a lot about what goes on over on Oak Street and the commercial environments, and we just kind of talk about the residential. As you all know, there's not two pieces of residential property in that whole area that even remotely look alike, and they don't any of them look like that charrette. So has there been, I have not been privileged to be at any of these committee meetings or anything, has there been any talk about how over time we're going to get existing residential properties, some of which look like if you on them they would fall over, up to snuff and looking like that rendering on that charrette?
I'm going to turn that over because that's probably a good question to either Mr. Townsend or Ms. Wakefield, whoever wants to take that ball and run with it. You're the boss, you do it.
That is the desired goal, that the existing structures would be upgraded to have more of that cottage feel. It is somewhat difficult to make an existing development, an existing home, say, for example, improve. But the desire is that there will be infill development with cottage homes, which will encourage the existing property to upgrade. And we can also look at having more detailed guidelines for residential development, but that's going to be a period of time. But I truly believe that it's like most things, and it happens in most neighborhoods. If you start having some redevelopment on one lot, and it's kind of lot by lot, block by block, that will include encouragement, and we just need to have in place design guidelines to assist those property owners or that developer to develop the desired type of housing. And if you look at the charrette, it was the cottage type housing that the community wanted to encourage.
Does that answer your question?
I understand that, the guidelines and everything, and I agree that over time, as people move and they sell houses, the newer people will come in and they'll do all this stuff. But there's a lot of people in that neighborhood, they're ensconced. They've been there for a long time. They have no intention of going anywhere, and left to their own without some sort of incentive of some sort, those houses will not be upgraded till they die. I mean, it's going to be a while, so I would just encourage you to think of some way to get those people, because it's their money. I mean, they're going to have to spend money upgrading a house that they don't really care whether it's upgraded or not. So to get them on board, to get the look that we want in something short of 40 years, I don't know. I just would encourage you to think about it.
Okay, we appreciate that comments. Nobody else from public, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And I am going to make a comment real quick. I've been keeping my mouth shut pretty much tonight, but I do want to commend everyone, and I'm talking staff and stakeholders and Gail and Reverend, everybody who's put their heart and soul into this form-based hybrid. This is a huge leap of faith for us, and I kind of pity Nancy Diamond, but then I kind of admire her too. She's been our community liaison for only 6 weeks, and she's got this one in her lap, and I have to commend how well she's been handling this. But that's just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this, everyone who showed up tonight. Thank you for your patience. I am now going to open it up for comments, and I'm going to have Councilmember Diamond, who has done such a phenomenal job on this, have the first right to do a comment.
Yeah, I've done a great job of sitting here listening. I had all kinds of things to say about this, and I cannot begin to say them any more eloquently than has been said already, and I know you're tired of listening, so I'm not going to go through all that, but I just want to stress that the Groveway community has stepped up and brought us an incredible opportunity, and I know it's not perfect, and I know there are going to be changes made along the way, and I think in a few minutes, if you hang around after this, we'll be talking about the Unified Development Code, which is an opportunity to make some more of those tweaks when it becomes not just an overlay and an actual zoning. So there will be a lot of things that can be adjusted along the way, and there's a lot of input that we're still gathering and still making changes. So I would invite you to continue to do that as we go into second reading, and we will do our best to make it perfectly wonderful, but knowing that it may not be right off the bat, don't think this is all there is to it. We're still going to be revisiting this in just a short time. So this is motion time or not?
I would like to see if anybody else has comments, and I'd be remiss not to thank council members Price and Depolito, because they were also community development liaisons and kept this ball rolling. So I do want to thank those two also. Any more comments or questions from staff? From council? Council member Depolito.
Thank you. I also would like to take a moment just to thank everybody in this room who has participated in this, and there's so many others who couldn't be here tonight, but so many of you put in so many hours, and it's really a great product that you put out. And we're at the stage now where we're starting to nitpick and improve and do all that. That's because you all laid down the framework that is so strong, and it took a lot of effort to get here. So thank you so much for all that effort. I've had the pleasure of working on this for several years now, as Councilmember Wynn, or Mayor Pro Tem Wynn, had pointed out. I've always liked this area of town. I always thought it was so beautiful with the rolling hills and the incredible trees that we have there, and there's just so much potential to it. And there's a lot of pretty cottages that are there now. Some are falling into disrepair. Some of the buildings are older and starting to fall into a little bit of disrepair, but there's a lot of good things going on, and there's a lot of great people who live there. So it's really been a pleasure to be part of that, be part of this planning process. One of the things I want to make sure that we don't lose focus on as we're putting together this code is the original charrette that we did, because we really sat down, took a lot of time thinking about how do we want this to look, and we didn't care about what did the code say and who's where and what's happening now. We thought about what do we want this to look like in the future. And interestingly, most of the buildings that were designed in those sketches were 3- and 4-story buildings. So I thought that was really intriguing, because we didn't put a limit on it. We just said to folks, what do you think this ought to look like? And these were the sketches that came forward. And the tallest ones, I believe, were no taller than 5. I'd have to go back and look at them. But I think most of them were 3 and 4 stories. So I think that's something that's important to keep in mind. There were some comments made about the residential areas and the cottages. I think that was an important component of what we talked about with the charrette, to have an area that scales down, that makes use of that cottage housing. And that was part of the reason for some of my comments about the residential section. I'm a little concerned that we're getting a little too far away from some of that original intent, which is to bring this down, bring it to a lower scale as you get closer to the existing residential that's outside of this, to really bring that down and create that beautiful cottage environment that came through in the charrette. I think it was just, there's some beautiful sketches of that. So there are a lot of thoughts that were put forward in that, and I think as we continue to move forward with this code, we need to constantly look back. And I know the committee had done that, and they were constantly looking at those sketches and trying to marry them and try to think about this. And I think now's the time where we really need to focus on the design. We've got the nuts and bolts together. We've got this framework that you all have done. Well, let's really think about, what do the streets look like? How tall do these buildings really need to be? Are there areas where they need to be a little lower? Are there areas that need to be more residential? And really focus on those things, because those are the details that are going to make a huge difference in this. And that's really what's really going to create this environment. We've put together some ideas that are really phenomenal. This can be the absolute jewel. I know somebody had mentioned that earlier. This is the jewel of our city. I believe that it is. It's such a beautiful area. It has incredible potential. I think Ms. Singh was pointing out, as you know, we've got the library, the Cultural Arts Center, we have City Hall, we've got the park right next door, we have the river. There's so many things, incredible vistas. What an incredible opportunity for our city to really do something magnificent. And I don't want to rush it. I think we need to take a step back. I definitely don't want to negatively impact the Housing Authority and their application. I think we need to make sure that they can keep moving forward with what they want to do. But let's make sure we get this right, because we have a great opportunity, and it's something that we've got the bones for. We've got all the framework here. Now let's keep pushing and get that design right and get it in a way that we're all going to take a look and just say, this is the best thing we ever did for the city.
Thank you, Councilmember DePolito. Anybody else would like to make a comment? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I also want to thank everybody for all the hard work that's happened for so long. A couple of us have been involved with it from early days of it, and quite a few have been very active for many last years. I've actually stayed out of it in some ways because I felt like the people who live there, who've been very active in the area, need to be the ones to come up with what needs to happen, and trying to put input along the way. But I think that's happened, and I think it's been an amazing journey and things that have come out of that. And just to repeat, or not to try to repeat, but to say a little bit of the same, that it's been brought over and over that has come out of that idea so many good things. But my fear, and I hope everybody's in the same mindset, that we don't want to come up with something, though, that in the end is not what we've been hoping for, what we've been talking about, and what we've been working towards. And my fear is when everything is pretty much left open to, well, here's what it could be, the end result may not be what we've all been hoping for. And so I don't want to stop anything or slow anything down out of that fear, as someone said. But there also is a reality about how we make things happen and get it to where we want it to be. And not to belabor the point, but apartments are the hot market now. If they could build them, somebody can get financing. That's what banks are financing. You guys know this better than I do. You're going to build as many of them as you can because that's what you can do right now. So I think we need to be realistic in understanding that and be careful about what we allow to go through to make sure we get what we want and what we've been talking about for so long. I don't know if Rich was saying this here, but I don't know that we can accomplish this in a month. That's my main fear, and I don't want to move forward on something that then the next month after that somebody comes through with something that it's too late to change after that point. I totally agree that we need to come up with whatever we need for the Housing Authority to make their move forward, get that done, and make that happen. And I don't believe it has to change long-term what we're doing. But can we really come up with all the things that need to happen to make this work in a month? Now, also let me say, let's not then say, okay, well, it's going to take 2 more years and we'll be fine with that. Let's keep moving and as quickly as we can. But as Rich just said, we've got the pieces, but it's going to take us a little bit longer, I think, to get it exactly what we need. But it does concern me that we would seriously try to accomplish this in the next month. So I don't know what everybody else thinks on that, but that's my concern. But I do totally support what we're doing and think we're moving in the right direction. Let's just make sure we get what we're hoping for.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Any other questions for staff before we entertain a motion? Okay. Councilmember Diamond.
Move to approve the first reading of the Groveway Form-Based Code.
There's a motion to approve the first reading of the code. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Orleans. Is there any more discussions? Councilmember DePolito.
I agree with the motion, and I'd like to keep moving this forward. And I do think that it's a solid document. I think we're ready to take it to the next level. So I don't know whether we can accomplish that in a month or not. I think there are a lot of questions that came up tonight that are going to take some serious dialogue. So I'm in favor of it, but I think we have a lot of work to do, and like to try to get staff thinking about what they've heard tonight and thinking about how we can get some of these issues resolved and get realistic on a time frame so we can bring this back and include a lot of the folks in this room and a lot of that discussion.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Can I ask, as we're moving forward, what would be our plan? To bring it back next month for the second reading, final reading?
Councilmember Diamond.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
Councilmember Eichelhardt wants to know if your plans are to have the come back as scheduled for the second reading.
I would like to. I think it's important that we move forward on it, and I'm hopeful that I felt like we agreed on a lot of the changes here, and it's a lot of it's stuff that we need to work through with staff. And unless somebody feels strongly that we're way off base here, I think we kind of need to move along. And unless somebody feels like we need a work session or something in between.
In fact, if you don't mind, that's one thing I was going to ask. I know I can do it, which is kind of cool, but I want to ask first that maybe because I know this is a staff-driven, yes, you have to look at all the comments and everything, but it also has to come back to council, and council is the one that's going to make the ultimate decision on this. And I've heard a lot. I mean, I think it's all been really great things that's been said, really great suggestions. We do not want anything to happen with the Housing Authority because I think that's really a catalyst to this whole everything that we're trying to do here. So I was going to throw out the idea of having a special work session, give staff maybe a week to work on it, maybe next Monday night, have a special work session so we can look at all that, and that way it would still give you all another week to work on anything that comes out of that special work session. It could be a lunch session, it could be after work session, it doesn't matter to me, or early in the morning, it doesn't matter. But I think Monday would probably give you all enough time to be able to do that. So that's going to be my suggestion on that. Councilmember Eichelhart.
I know there are 2 water plant open house meetings on the 19th already, which is Monday.
Okay, thank you. That is the water plant thing, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's at noon and in the evening. Okay. First of all, I want to see if anybody is interested in doing a special work session, so at least we can work this thing out and not have to do this for another 2 hours at the next council meeting. I'd like to have some comments on that, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, but we also have to remember we're leaving for Greenville on Thursday, so I would suggest either next Tuesday on the 20th or next Wednesday on the 21st that we can do this, and I think that we give staff enough time to get everything together. Ms. Wakefield, am I correct? Because you got a great staff? Yes. I know you'll say yes to anything. Okay, let me do this. Let me go ahead. We got a motion and a second. Okay, Councilmember Orleans?
I was just going to suggest just detail of when and where.
That's what I was about ready to do. I was going to go ahead and move this forward. Okay, let's do this way. Let's go ahead. We have a motion and a second to approve the first reading of the form-based hybrid form-based in Grove Way. Any more discussions on this? All in favor? Unanimous. And I would like to have direct staff to either look at Tuesday or Wednesday for a special work session. I'm sorry? Or the week after. Just get us a work session that's going to give us enough time to look at it, and if there's any more comments, enough time to come back, that y'all can come back, okay? So look at and throw some dates out. Ms. Love will throw some dates out. Let's go to the... Okay, Councilmember Diamond, you ready to move on to the next one?
Sure. Oh, y'all can't
Thank
leave
y'all for
now.
coming.
We're just getting to the good stuff. All right. Let's see. Next item is approval of a text amendment to Chapter 10 of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances to license and regulate mobile food vendors in the City of Roswell. This is a second reading.
This is the second reading for the mobile food vendors. Included in your backup material was comments that really exempted out ice cream trucks. This was worked on by legal, and I think they did a fabulous job of recrafting what council had directed at committee. Staff would recommend approval of the text amendment regarding licensing of mobile food vendors.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Is there any questions to staff? Councilmember Price?
Yeah, and I'm a little confused about the ice cream truck.
Councilmember Price, I'm sorry, I forgot one critical step. I have to have him read it.
Oh, okay.
Then we'll get back to you. He just told me how to read it.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 10 of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances regarding licensing and regulation of mobile food vendors. Chapter 10, Licenses, Taxes, and Business Regulations of the Roswell Code of Ordinances is hereby amended by adding Section 10.15, Mobile Food Vendors, to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. If approved, this will be the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. I'm sorry, Ms. Price, for interrupting, so if you have a question of staff.
Okay, and I know we talked about last discussion, which was very fruitful, but again, is an ice cream truck a mobile food vendor?
Yes.
It is. It's not distinct.
It has its own definition now.
So is it or isn't it?
It's a food vendor which we are exempting from the ordinance. So they can drive on the public right-of-way.
But moreover, do we require of them all the things that we require in C of otherwise mobile food vendors?
David?
They're going to be exempt from several of the conduct and requirements. They will be required to get a license, though.
Okay, so they are a mobile food vendor, but it's just for purposes of right-of-way, where we would say that they can operate in the right-of-way.
Correct.
But otherwise, they are a mobile food vendor, and everything else applies to them.
Well, not the sounds and announcements.
Right, the exceptions, right. Okay, so I'm concerned about K then. Why is the ice cream truck being singled out for this specific type of wording and others aren't?
Are you talking about the new K? No seller.
The new. Yes, the new K.
No seller offer for sale of ice cream. That one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It looks like that is protecting to make sure that they have the vehicle properly marked with letters and numbers.
So why doesn't that apply to other mobile food vendors?
Because they're not selling door to door? And the safety of the children running?
I guess the difference of that is what we're trying to allow on the right-of-way as compared to what we're having stationary parked in some particular location.
And I guess what I'm saying is why are we singling them out?
Because that was the directive of council to have them exempted.
They're exempted from other things, but this is actually requiring something over and above what we're requiring the other mobile food vendors to do. Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, you're reading it exactly.
So, if they're up to me, I would just strike it. But, and then again, N doesn't cover us because unless we decided that ice cream is food, but if we say ice cream is food, then I'm okay. But again, N I think almost makes it look like we're excluding ice cream again. Otherwise, it's great.
Ice cream is food.
Okay. On M or K, not Caleb, but K in the thing. The reason I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Townsend, the reason that you're saying this is because all the other mobile food vendors except for ice cream trucks can sell on the public right-of-way. So if they're in my subdivision, they can stop on the street and they can sell their ice cream. Am I correct? Whereas the other mobile food vendors cannot do that. They have to be parked off street.
On a commercial location.
On a commercial location. So this is more for identification purposes only, to let them know that everybody knows that this is an ice cream truck and not a mobile food vendor truck.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. DePolito?
Thank you. I was wondering about that because before we had the discussion about ice cream trucks, this was in the ordinance. So was there some sort of a state or county requirement that you pulled this from?
I think that's where we pulled it from another ordinance that had the identification that they wanted special lettering and numbers with the prices for the ice cream trucks.
It's probably worth looking into to see if there's some sort of special requirement for that.
Okay.
It just seemed odd that was singled out. Excuse me, even before we singled it out.
Right.
So I'd like to know the reason for that. I'm okay with it. I just would like to know why it's there.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Eichelhart?
How many months have we spent on creating this? And it's just interesting to me that something that very few people will actually take advantage of. We're going to spend more time doing this than we're going to approving the hybrid code. But there I go with my comments again, and my questions.
Mr. Eichelhart, let me rephrase. This is for comments or questions, so then you feel free.
That was a question, kind of. But did everybody receive the email from Bill Greenwood? And I know that he's not always been the most fond of the city, so we have to maybe keep that in perspective. But I think he brought up a lot of good points about issues, and as a restaurant owner, things that he sees as being problems. And all these things, particularly the sanitation, all the things that Fulton County is supposed to be over, who is going to be over that? Because we're not going to call, are we going to call Fulton County if we see an issue and have them come up and deal with meeting their rules?
Since we're the issuing authority of the license, we're going to have at least some control over that annually in dealing with the scenario. If there is a sanitary issue with where they're parked, it's going to be, we're going to throw it back on the property owner because they've authorized them to park there. So they're not going to want to create a hazard or an unsanitary situation on their property to begin with. So it's going to probably start with the complaint, with code enforcement, talking to the owner, talking to the licensee, and since there is an annual scenario, we're going to know who's doing it right and who's going to be doing it wrong.
So, but we will do that then? Okay.
I mean, we're the local issuing people, authority.
And then just again on all his points, I think they're valid. Primarily bricks and mortar versus the truck coming in and out. And I didn't have that much problem. Frankly, I don't know how many people are going to be using this anyway, so I'm not sure it's worth all the time and effort or concern. But I think they're valid points, and I had not worried about it too much because we hadn't heard from anybody who actually owned a restaurant. But it's probably because they're busy running their restaurant. So we get, and I know some others I've heard from some others who've been fine. Maybe so. But I think his points are valid, and I have concerns now that we've particularly moved away any kind of restrictions on where they can be. And one of the thoughts, I think, on this all along was it would help movie groups, but they're not selling retail food. They're coming up to a specific place for specific people in a specific time. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure that this really resolves if that's our main point on some of this stuff. But so I'm going to just be against the whole thing at this point.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Let me open this up for public. Anyone in the audience that's left would like to speak on this? Staff is not included in that comment, by the way. You have to sit down, be quiet. None, so I'm going to close public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move to approve second reading, and we can stop talking about it.
There's a motion to approve second reading. Do I have a second? Second from Councilmember DePolito. Any other discussions or questions? Councilmember Price.
And I can't seem to put my eyes on it right now, but did we approve it for specific zoning areas? Where is that?
Mr. Townsend?
Because I was thinking that we excluded OP. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think the only thing that would exclude this is residential, am I correct? Mr. Townsend? Somebody. I think we excluded residential except for ice cream trucks.
I guess my question is, if an office park wanted to have it out in their parking lot, are they prohibited? Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, G. Allowed only in commercial zoning districts.
Yeah.
So I wondered if it was an office park, they could not have a food truck?
No, that's a commercial zoning district.
That is a commercial zoning. Okay, sure.
Okay, any more questions or comments before we take a vote?
Well, again, did we determine that K, being so specific for the ice cream truck, that there was no need to have any identification on these mobile food vendors, even though they're on private property?
I think that's our understanding, correct.
So they don't necessarily have anything on them at all. They don't have to have anything on them, but
The way it's currently drafted, there's no requirement. No.
Except for a license. They have to have the license showing, correct?
Right.
Is there an amendment to the motion, or
Are they allowed to have a wall sign?
only if they have a wall that doesn't move?
They got to pick that sucker up.
Put that sucker on the back of that. Let's go. Okay. Is there any other questions or discussions before I take a vote? Hearing none, I'm taking a vote. We have a motion and a second to approve the second reading of the mobile food vendor ordinance. All in favor? Be Councilmember Depolito, Diamond, Price. All opposed? Council members Eichelhart and Orleans. And I'm assuming that passes, correct? Okay, it passes. Thank you. Okay, we're getting down to the last of it. Yay. Council member Diamond.
Now we are working on approval of a resolution to adopt annual license fee for the mobile food vendors.
This stays $150.
This establishes the license fee of $150 annually for the mobile food vendor ordinance that you just passed.
Okay, is there any questions for Mr. Townsend? Ms. Councilmember Price?
that does include ice cream trucks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Orleans.
That's good. We'll get $150 out of them. It should be equal to their property taxes, their payroll taxes, and sales taxes that we'll get in the city.
Is that all? Councilmember Eichelhart, did you have anything? Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to open up this for public hearing. Seeing no hands, I'm closing public hearing. Motion. Move to approve. Have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Depolito. Any more questions or comments? Okay. Yes, Councilmember Price.
I'd like to propose an amendment to exclude ice cream trucks.
Okay, hold on. Hey, anybody can ask anything. Are you serious? It's very serious, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's an amendment to exclude ice cream trucks. Do I have a motion?
From the fee.
Do I have a second to that? The amendment fails for a second.
So we don't require that now.
I'm sorry? Okay. Yes, a point of clarification. Thank you.
They have to have a business license somewhere to operate. They have to, it may not be in the city of Roswell, but it has to be in Fulton County or something. So there's a requirement. This is a permit, which is different, but there is a payment of some licensing by those individuals if they're doing it legally.
Okay, again, I have a motion and a second to approve the $150, how much, whatever it is, $150 annual fee for mobile food vendors. Any more questions or comments? All in favor? Councilmember Depolito, Diamond. Okay. Councilmember Depolito, Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember, you're going to do that to me, aren't you? Councilmember Eichelhart and Price. Councilmember Orland, are you abstaining? I will be voting in favor of. Thank you for letting me vote one time tonight. Okay, that passed again as a tiebreaker. Last one.
Okay, this one needs a drum roll. It's a big one. Approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a consultant contract with Code Studio for the Unified Development Code in the amount of $289,891. Ms. Wakefield.
Yes, staff is requesting approval of this, awarding the contract to Code Studio. Code Studio is the preferred contractor out of 6 consultant firms that submitted proposal. Their proposals within budget. They have extensive experience in doing these types of codes. They have a good team consisting of TSW, Keck and Wood, McKenna, Long, and Aldrich, New South Associates, and those are all Atlanta-based firms. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Ellis.
Is there a representative from here tonight?
No, sir.
Well, then, if they can't afford or have the courage and this stamina to stay here and tell this.
Any other comments or questions? Any other comments or questions from council to staff? Councilmember Price. Okay. I am now going to open it up to public. Seeing no one, I'm closing public hearing. Entertaining a motion. Move to approve. Have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Orlands.
Under protest because they didn't stay here.
Make sure the minute says that it's under protest. There's any more comments or questions? Councilmember Price.
Yes, I'm not in favor of this for the following reason. Well, I would be in favor of it if I were to actually offer my services, because I would certainly do this for $200,000. That's an $89,000 savings to the city. Or actually, I might do it for $150,000 or $100,000. No, I'd probably do it for $50,000. But actually, I think I'm required to do it as a member of this council, especially if you consider the corporate powers of the city, which are defined in our code, section chapter 2.20, corporate powers of the city, to be exercised by the city council shall include the following: ordinances, rules, and regulations to make, establish, and adopt such bylaws, ordinances, policies, rules, and regs as it shall appear necessary, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like I took an oath of office that this should fall to me and my fellow council members, but if they feel like they want to vote on this, they certainly can, but I don't feel that due to the oath I took that I can pass this responsibility off to someone else. Especially not for $289,000, which is over $250,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have Mr. Davidson, if he could clarify that article that you read.
I believe your oath of office would be, you would be doing your oath of office when you actually approve the Unified Development Code. You don't have to actually come up with the actual document. Either staff or a consultant can come up with the actual document. And then when you, as you will be involved, you will have to approve parts of it, I'm sure, and the whole thing at the end. So I believe you will be fine.
Any other comments? Okay, I have make sure I do this. I have a motion and a second to approve the contract. All in favor? Dippolito, Diamond, Eichelhart, and Orleans. All opposed? Price. Passes. And I played it a little funny on Councilmember Diamond. I told her that was the last one, but she does have one more to go.
Yeah, I lied. Here we go. This is approval of a resolution to amend the boundaries of the Roswell Opportunity Zone.
This is a request to approve a resolution that was mentioned to amend the existing Roswell Opportunity Zone based on the 2010 census. There is additional property that is eligible for the OZ designation. As shown on the map, the property that is pinkish color is the property that we're asking to be included in the Opportunity Zone boundaries.
Is there any questions or comments for staff? Okay, is there anyone in the council chambers that would like to address this issue? I have to remember where I am. None? So I'm going to close public hearing. Entertain a motion. Move to approve. Move to approve, and who seconded? Councilmember Orleans seconded. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Dippolito.
Thank you. I do have a question. We had hired an attorney to present this about several months back. Where is that in the process?
Staff has been in contact with the consultant, and based on the consultant's recommendation is why you're seeing this map showing those properties in pink. So we have talked to the consultant about this, and he has made this recommendation. He supports this.
Okay, but it'll still be another 5 months until we get the information.
That's on phase 2. Phase 2, because of the changes to the 15% property and adjacent, that the industrial and commercial property in the city that's located in the north now falls within the qualifying census tract. And the reason it's going to take longer to do phase 2 is because we have to do a new urban redevelopment plan. The existing plan did not include these properties. So that's why that one's taking a little more time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Eichelhart? Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution to amend the boundaries of the Opportunity Zone. All in favor? All in favor? Passes unanimously. And good job, Councilmember Diamond. You're finished at 11:27. Okay, next up is Councilmember Eichelhart.
Well, I'm glad Stu's already making his way to the speaker list here, because I was going to say thank you so much to Stu and to Mark and Alice and Nick for sitting through all this. We appreciate your being willing to stay and still being here, and apologize for you having to do that. They're our consultants. That's right. But go ahead, and maybe we should do this. One reason we could is we probably speak less words.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is an item for requesting your approval of a stormwater construction specialist position. This was part of the original plan for the stormwater utility. The position is intended to organize, coordinate, and inspect construction and maintenance projects required by the stormwater utility, and the intent would be to get us back on track with our capital program for the stormwater utility. As we discussed at the committee meeting, we have not been able to get projects out the door as we had intended, and by implementing this recommendation, we would save approximately $100,000 a year compared to the cost of an annual contract fee. In your packets, you have a position description for this position, a cost comparison to contract outsourcing that we have done for the first 6 months of the term of the stormwater utility, and a memo from Mr. Roach regarding compensation of an independent contractor and using that designation for this position. And he does not recommend that. So my recommendation to you is to approve this, and also Budget Amendment 507-43200-03-12-12 in the amount of $16,575. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
I'm going to be the first one.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make sure that everybody understands that the $16,575 is just for through the fiscal year.
That's for
the
the remainder of this fiscal year. Yes, ma'am.
If this is approved, then we start picking it up.
And that money is already has already actually been collected in the stormwater utility fees. Does not require any additional sources of money. Is just approving it to be expended from that pot of money.
And that was my other clarification. This does not come out of general fund. This comes out of the stormwater.
Absolutely
enterprise
correct.
fund. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions to staff? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Mr. Mooring, would you explain the need for this position? And I know you went over it in the work session, but I know you're showing it as a $100,000 savings, which is good relative to hiring a consultant, but we didn't anticipate hiring this person when we started up the fee, to my recollection. Or could you just refresh my memory in 100 words or less?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to. This position was part of the original plan for the stormwater utility. The expectation was that ultimately we would add 6 new positions. This was one of them, to undertake the construction, the capital construction projects. It was always intended, but then when the utility was implemented last year, the determination was made not to hire any additional staff people and to contract it. So we made use of existing contracts for employees, both for this position and for construction activities. Those have proven to be considerably more expensive than hiring staff people to do it, and you all at the committee meeting requested us to consider an independent contractor, a 1099 employee, and that's the point of the memo from Mr. Roach.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments?
Second.
I'm entertaining a motion.
Move to approve the position and budget amendment.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? No, you're just seconding all over the place, aren't you? The second from Councilmember Orleans. Any more questions, comments? All in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you. You
Okay.
have just saved Nick's life.
You owe me. Good luck, Nick. Okay, now we have 2 more items, and they're Councilmember Betty Price on Transportation Department. Councilmember Price.
First item is approval of an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Section 22.3.5, to authorize the Director of Transportation, with the concurrence of the Chief of Police, to erect regulatory traffic devices. This is the second reading. Mr. Asenbrack and the Chief are here.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
members of City Council. Thank you for sticking with me tonight. The chief is only here for this thing, so he also gets a gold star. Just to refresh, the city policy currently grants the mayor and the city council authority to approve all regulatory signs, except for signs related to parking, which have been delegated to the chief of police. We follow the Uniform Manual Traffic Control Devices that states that a regulatory sign is a sign that gives notice to road users of traffic laws and regulations. Regulatory traffic control devices are supported by laws, ordinances, or regulations. Since these regulations are some of these are fairly routine by nature, this text amendment would relieve the administrative burden on the elected officials and streamline the process of selecting and installing these signs. Just to clarify, with this delegation of authority, the chief and I basically can divide these regulatory traffic control devices into two groups. One is to reinforce a known state law, such as do not block an intersection, or two, to prohibit a legal movement, such as no right turn. We plan on doing administrative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eisenbracht. That was a very good presentation. Do we have to have a reading, the second reading?
Thank you.
Mr. Davidson?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Section 22.3.5, to authorize the Director of Transportation with the concurrence of the Chief of Police to erect regulatory traffic devices. If approved, this will be the second reading.
Thank you. Is there any comments or questions to staff? Councilmember Orleans.
I think since he stayed here this long, Chief Orrick should say something.
All right.
And since I am liaison to public safety, I reject that. Councilmember Price.
I am very happy to be here tonight to see this democracy and work. And I think
you're just not going to listen to me, are you?
And I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor. And I think that the Director of Transportation has done an excellent job of preparing this.
Thank you. Councilmember Price.
Well, myself, I hate overuse of signs, and I hate to see signs put up and then just kind of left there till they rot, or left there when they're not any more needed. So I had asked last time, and we really didn't discuss it, but the line where it says may approve the placement, and I was wanting to insert and removal, so that
implied task. I got it.
That's implied.
We absolutely
So
have that.
You can take it down
loud and clear. Yes.
Under this.
As long as it doesn't perform a function that you may not be recognized that it actually is performing. So, I mean, the chief and I, with legal counsel, I think we've got plenty of expertise that if the sign is no longer needed, we absolutely understand your desire to take it down.
That's a yes. That's a yes. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to did we entertain a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Anybody else would like to second tonight? Motion to approve by Councilmember Price and seconded by Councilmember Orleans. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? It's Councilmember Orleans. Are you voting or just biting on your hand? Okay. Unanimous.
The next item is approval for the mayor and or city administrator to sign a design contract with Gresham Smith and Partners for Big Creek Parkway in the amount of $2,395,804.72, and approval of budget amendment 3504220-03-12-2012 to establish the funds in the account. Mr. Eisenbracht.
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Of all the things you did tonight, I personally think this is the most exciting. I think this will do great things for our city. As you know, it includes the environmental document, which goes from Holcomb Bridge on the east side of Georgia 400 at Holcomb Woods Parkway all the way over to Warsaw. That environmental document blankets the whole thing, and then we will do the preliminary plans from Old Alabama over to Warsaw. We went through the procurement process twice. You extended the scope. We believe that was actually a great thing to do because in the long run, it will shorten the timeline and save us a lot of money.
Is there any questions or comments? Councilmember Price.
I know when we discussed the bidding process and that they were selected based on their qualifications, and then negotiations ensued, and I think I asked you the question before, what was their first offer and how did we negotiate with them?
Those are a lot of, it would take me 20 minutes to probably go through all that, but what we do is we go through the various, just for your information, maybe to help summarize.
I mean, did they write their own ticket? That's all I'm asking.
I'm sorry?
Did they write their own ticket, or did we negotiate with them?
I'm going to interrupt right now. I'm going to have Ms. Love take this question.
Point of clarification. Councilmember Price, are you speaking to the second iteration of when the scope of work changed for this project and we went back to the shortlisted proposals, or are you speaking to the entire process?
To the entire process.
Okay, I'd like to address that then related to from the procurement ordinance on a project of this magnitude. We're required per the procurement ordinance to seek competitive proposals. So we used a qualification-based selection, which is basically a two-tiered process where we first shortlist firms based on their qualifications without consideration to any price. So there's no ability to, using your words, write their own ticket, in that they have to demonstrate that they understand the scope of work, they have the experience, they have the key staff, they meet the criteria that we set forth in the qualifications-based selection process. It's only at that point, once we select the most qualified, do we begin discussing price. It is a negotiated price. It's unlike a bid. In a proposal, we do have the ability to negotiate price. So in this one, it is a little unusual in that our scope of work changed, and we had to make a determination with legal's assistance and procurement if we had a substantive change that would require us to go back and rebid the entire project. That was not the case. We went back to those firms that were shortlisted to get another proposal. So it has been vetted out. They have not in any way written their own ticket. This is competitive pricing.
I thought they were the only entity selected.
They are the only entity
They are the
selected.
final entity selected. However, when the scope of work changed, we did go
Four
right,
firms.
we went back to them because of the scope of work, the magnitude of the scope of work change. We went back to those so that it would be a level playing field, so they couldn't write their own ticket because the scope of work had changed, which would allow them to have a larger project or scope of work than initially anticipated, based on the guidance that we got from the mayor and council.
Well, I guess I misunderstood you then, Mr. Eisenberg, when you said that they were selected prior to any negotiations.
I'm sorry.
They were selected as the most qualified firm for which to negotiate a price under the qualified
qualification-based selection.
Thank you, QBS.
Yeah,
which is codified in the Brooks Act, which is the federal law that governs.
I guess what I'm saying is, what is the leverage when you negotiate when you've already selected them?
We selected them based on their the qualifications that such as qualifications of the firm, similar project experience, project understanding, and methodology. Those were the four broad categories that we evaluated all four of the shortlisted firms. So we ranked all the there were numerous components in each of their proposals. The proposals were about a half-inch thick, and we went through all of the four proposals with a fine-tooth comb and ranked all of those different criteria. And at the end, independently and collectively came up that Gresham Smith was the most qualified firm. At the point where we selected and determined that they were the most qualified firm, then, and only then, did we begin to discuss price. And the way this works, and if you'll look here, that looks a little blurry, but what this is basically showing you is the schedule and all these activities. This is a very
summarized version of all the activities. So you can see we've got concept development, database preparation, the environmental document, and preliminary plans. And underneath each of those settings is a series of subsets. We know as a professional engineering staff that the amount of work and the man hours that go into that. They apply standard hourly rates that are in the industry, and we have a staff estimate of what these tasks will cost, and we compare those staff estimates against our estimate against their estimate, and then that's where we horse trade, and we just say, no, you really don't need that many hours to do this, you need this, and then they say, well, you don't know, because we might take some risk on some of these environmental documents. We're budgeting this amount, it may take this amount, and so at the end, we reach what is a fair price for this work. That's how the QBS process works. Now, if we did not reach a fair price with the contractor, we would end negotiations with them and we would go to the next most qualified bidder. But in our opinion, this was a fair market rate for the vast amount of work that they're going to be doing over the next 4 to 5 years for us in designing and providing this set of documents to us.
Have we ever at that point in negotiations abandoned our initial selection?
I'm going to let Caleb address that. Thank you. Not under QBS. We have under an RFP situation before, not in transportation, but in another department, but not under QBS. Have we abandoned it?
And this is anticipated to be what % of the construction costs?
We generally, rule of thumb, industry-wide, is 10 to 15% is what design usually costs. And that actually brings up a good point. Historically, the more you put into the design process, the better you get on the construction end. So the design services will generally be a relatively small percentage of construction, but it brings out the most cost-effective requirements. Then they do alternate methods, they do it life cycle costs, they do value engineering. The value of the design is in the upfront to save you huge dollars down the road. So there's a multiplier involved in good quality design.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Anybody in the council? Lisa? Lisa, God bless you. You stayed here, didn't you? Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Second from Councilmember Orleans. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Passes unanimously. We do have, we are not having work session tonight. We just decided it's going to be a lot later. We now have, I need a motion for closure to discuss personnel and acquisition of real estate. And litigation. Councilmember DePolito, is there a second? Second from Councilmember Diamond. I'm not doing it this time. All in favor? It's approved. Thank you all so very much for staying. We got another 30 minutes or so thank you so much. Plano